Welcome in, friends of the chat. Week 2 of Blutora Divided. So here we are. I hope everyone's ready. Another week, another adventure. So then, as you guys will notice, we have a 6th party member with us this week. Sam, if you would like to introduce yourself as Sam, the streamer and person in real life.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Sam. Or Peachy Sam, Plays, whatever you want to call me. I live in Michigan. My pronouns are she, they. I play a lot of Stardew in The Sims, and Cody's been a good friend for the last like 2 years. And he was like, "How much do you know about D&D?" And I said, "Nothing." And he said, "Perfect. Do you want to be in my D&D campaign?" And I said, "Yeah, anything to help a friend." So here I am. And I'm really excited to give it a try. Just be easy on me.
There we go.
That's me.
Awesome. So, where we left off last week, we were just getting introduced to our band of characters from all shapes and sizes and realms of the land. Of course, yeah, to recap for all of you guys, Hera, the sorcerer, Ezeru woman, who was working in the Mystic Library of Sin when we were introduced to Hera. Also, let me just make sure I don't scuff this. Also, Pipra, who we met approaching the Library of Sin, and the two of them were the first to meet each other, wandering the library, looking for books of magic, various kinds, before everything got crazy. We can't forget about Cavian, the macabre man from far in the northern reaches of Blutora. Alongside his brother was rescued by a Baramaro merchant, saved, brought back to health. Of course, we've got Flayry, the brother, barbarian macabre man from the far northern reaches, who we saw on prime display last week, handling the attackers with relative ease, only to get stumped by a chimney.
Oh.
And of course, can't forget Tormund, the Baramaro bard of great intrigue, who had quite an adventure with a large mug of really large proportions.
Gotta love Mugnir.
It was a good mug. I couldn't let it go.
So, where we ended last week, our band of adventurers were surprised when a sudden attack took place on the town of Sin, down in the southern reaches of Blutora, on the southern coast of Meritea. In a seemingly peaceful, bustling trade town, in the middle of the day, an attack was made by 4 individuals dressed in identical black, red, and light gray clothing. They opened fire with their bows on the crowds of citizens before crashing a ship into the pier and setting it ablaze, burning 3 neighboring buildings down with it. Thankfully, our group of adventurers were able to deal with the attackers, and after everything just started to calm down, we ended as Tormin, the Baramaro Bard, searched a bag that one of the attackers was carrying. There wasn't too much in there. Some coin, a little skull, and a patch of some sort with an A in the center, made of light gray color, a red ring outline, and a black base. And that is where we pick up with Tormin.
I don't know if you remember this, almighty DM, but nobody was around me when I picked this up.
Correct.
Or slayering near me.
Nobody was close enough to see.
But like, didn't a few people like go off? I can't remember that exactly. If
I
it was,
stayed
like,
behind
people
to
were
pick
just...
up arrows from the corpses.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm looking around the corpses as well right now. I think I was next to the well, the corpse near the well.
Everyone's
Okay,
still
so
kind of regrouping.
Okay. Does the patch, does that ring a bell to me?
Roll a history check.
Ooh, the first roll of the
Ooh.
episode.
Let's go.
History.
No pressure. No pressure.
Am I a smart historian? No. Let's go. Come on,
No.
baby. No
Let's go.
whammies.
Let's go.
No whammies, baby. And it is
Still
2.
loading.
Oh no.
It was
Really?
almost an 18.
Wow. Yeah, so when you look at this patch, you see the colors and you see the A in the middle, and for all you know, that A could stand for atrocious roll. You have no idea. Doesn't ring a bell.
Wow. Don't need to get personal, DM. I see how it is. Jeez. Going straight for my heart. Sorry if I'm coughing a lot, Chad. I have the Rona.
Rona gang.
I'm just sitting there. I'm kind of pondering it, really trying to... Do the colors match the swab that I took from the guard or whatever?
They do.
Okay. So that's really all I have, is the A matches. So maybe it's I'm thinking maybe it's like a insignia for the army people, the bandits. I look around. Who's the closest person to me?
I just walked up with the cup and was like, where do you want this?
Larry is in your vicinity holding the cup like it's nothing.
Just like looking like, oh. You can put that to the side. What do you think this is? And I'm going to show the patch. Do you know anything about this?
Well, I guess I also roll history.
Go ahead.
Oh no.
How bad's your history?
I think it's about the same. I got a 6.
Hey, technically knows more.
That's a fat 6.
You are both equally as confused. You've never seen a patch like it in your life.
The others might know more.
You don't know anything? You don't know anything?
No.
Neither do I. The only thing I can get right now is that it matches the same color style as their uniforms. But other than that, I know what region they're from, but that's about all that I'm getting currently. Where's the rest of the group? Did we all just decide to disband after some revelry?
We're gonna go pick up with Pipra and Hera, who are who have just set free Mystic J, who was tied up and about to be encroached upon by a flame. A big flame at that.
Pipra, that was amazing. I saw the firebolt you casted. I'm mighty impressed. Well done.
Thank you. So, Mystic J, we should probably go meet up with the others and let them kind of know what's going on.
Yeah,
others?
we've got to go and see the others. Well,
Oh,
yeah,
yes,
there was
we
this
had help.
party we were fighting with.
Oh, I suppose, yes. The more the merrier, as long as we can get back in any kind of quick fashion. Whatever you think is best. I'm not too well suited for adventuring in all this danger.
There's always safety in numbers, so if it's danger you're worried about, hopefully we're within a good party.
Very well. If you think we can trust these people.
They were
we'll make our
trustworthy
way.
in battle. I believe we can trust them again.
Very well. Where are they?
Buy a big mug.
Right. Okay.
I'm gonna start walking in that direction.
I'll go with.
He's gonna kind of look around and just kind of like have this confused aura about him, and he's just gonna like quickly kind of walk in big stride to catch up to you guys and act like everything's normal and this wasn't just a really confusing conversation.
May I ask how tall he is?
Yeah, you could ask how tall he is. If you...
I just want to know if he's gonna get really lost because Hare and I are tall girls and we got long strides. He's gotta run to keep up with us if he's short.
Mystic J is only a couple of inches shorter than Hera.
So he's taller than me?
That would make him about 6'2".
Yeah, I'm 6 foot. Rats. Alright.
Rats
we
where?
walk up to the
No,
group.
kidding. Keep going.
We walk up to the group and I wave him down. Then kind of like gesture towards Mystic J.
Okay, so you will have approached Larry and Tormund as Kavian's kind of removed from this area right now.
This is Mystic J. We found him down at the docks. He was tied up. I think that was probably the doing of our uninvited guest.
Ah, so you were the ones that helped my friend or our friends here.
Yes, we are. What happened to you? How did you get tied up in this?
Well,
mess?
well, it's a bit of a funny one. I'm not too proud of it, but I was
There's no shame here.
I was looking for my friend's place of residence. That's the whole reason I came here with young Pipra here, to visit a friend and do some catching up. However, I had totally forgotten which house was theirs, and I could not for the life of me figure it out. And while I'm looking, all of a sudden, there was the attack. And in the midst of the attack, I was just caught very off guard. And they were able to get a hold of me. And they had tied me up, not initially to that pole that you found me, but they were bringing me with them for something. And as one of them ducked into the alleyway, they tied me up to this pole and took off in the alleyway, and that's where you guys came from. So
Can I
How
do an
strange.
insight check? See if they're being truthful.
yes, you can do an insight check.
Okay, thank you. Insight's a 0. Everything's a +0 on my modifiers. Let's go. Oh, that is a healthy 16.
All
Ooh,
right.
nice.
So as he's saying this, and you're kind of trying to get a good read on him, he doesn't appear to be telling a lie. He seems to be honest, and if anything, just really embarrassed that he got himself into that situation where a lot of people would be able to not be in that situation.
So, Mystic J, your name was. Describe your friend. We might be able to help. After all, you said you were in some form of rush. I'm sure we can assist.
This was just a social call. This friend is of no importance to my
Nonsense. You can tell us anything. We're here.
Well, their name is Kudre, and they're but a simple merchant, somebody that I grew up with in my younger days, and
I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Kudre.
Udre?
Kudre.
Ooh, Dre.
Ooh, Dre.
Is somebody I'd spent my younger years growing up with, and they're about a simple merchant. I haven't seen them in years, and just figured I'd swing by to see if they're still living here in the town of Sin and do some catching up. But 'twasn't to no avail. But alas, I can always come back in the future. What matters right now is I really need to get back to Learston. I need to inform the other council members of this attack. For all we know, these attacks could be happening everywhere right now. And we need to get back as soon as we can.
Thorman,
Yes.
well, what's that in your hand?
Well, I was actually about to show all of you, including you, Mystic J. Before you go and before we disperse or do anything, I found this in the bag of one of the bandits, along with a few other things that I don't think are very important. But it's this, and I show the little patch with everything.
Okay.
Slayerine and we can't really figure out what it is. The only thing we can get is that it's the same color pattern as this, and then I also pull out the little cut piece of cloth from one of the bandits' garments. It's the same color pattern.
I see. May I? He's gonna reach out to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hand it over.
He takes them in his hands and he kind of observes them for a second. Well, this is grave indeed. I didn't realize it was this serious. He's gonna go and hand it back to you, both of them together. From what I can tell, those appear to be directly from the Archelkic forces, the Empire far to the north.
Far to the north.
I don't know what they're doing down
southern
here.
Side of the world.
We've managed to avoid the war thus far.
It was here I'd hoped to continue to avoid the war.
What would the North be doing here?
I have no idea, but this might be something that the other council members might have some input for, more minds to put to the issue.
Your council members.
Yes.
What do they do?
We are the Mystic Council of Maritea. We oversee the province and its whole, make all of the big decisions that there might be for the people, for cities, the towns, any action that might need to be taken. Many other provinces might put a king as their leader or overseer, but down here in Maritea, we have a very different way about going about
Very
things.
honorable. Very honorable.
Much more efficient system.
Well, we really should try to get to Learston, and I couldn't ask all of you to assist me on coming back, heading back there, but with this attack now, who knows what else might be happening across the land? Who knows if there's any other Empire forces here?
Well, I've got nothing better to do.
I mean, if that's an escort that you're looking for, I mean, I think we've proven that we could be useful in combat for a certain price.
Yes. Well, one of the perks of being on the Mystic Council, I suppose, is that is of no issue to me, and I'm sure the other council members would agree.
You're a man of the people. I will offer my services for free, if they're in good use.
Very well. And, what is your name? He looks over at Thalery.
Larry's a little distracted, kind of looking for
wherever Kavian went off to.
Okay, so he's kind of wandering.
Are you still holding the mug?
Yeah.
Aimlessly wandering with the mug.
Like, I'm there, but my attention is elsewhere, and then
Okay.
I kind of tune back in when I'm asked a question.
Okay. What is your name?
Larry?
Oh, what? And pardon me, for intruding, but what is the macabre doing so far south?
What's the Arkelkic Empire doing so far south? These are strange times.
Fair question indeed. Would do you plan to accompany your friends here in our journey back to Learston?
That all depends on what my brother Kavian.
Oh, brother.
So you are brothers. Your brother's a great warrior, and you follow suit.
Thanks. I'm going to go find him.
Very well. He's gonna turn to the rest of you guys and
Wait, before you go, and then I'm gonna pull out from my pocket or whatever. Here's your axe. You almost.
Yes.
You almost left without that.
Left it in the leg. Thank you.
he's gonna turn to the rest of you guys and kind of address this group again as Larry walks off. So I'm familiar with Pipra, who I know from back in Learston, traveling here to Meritea to study in the Ezeru ways of magic. But what of the rest of you? Names or whatever you prefer to go by, a nickname or whatever it might be.
Well, you've already met me. I'm Hera.
Ah, yes. The lovely Hera.
I'm Tormund. Just Tormund.
Just Tormund, right? And he's gonna gesture kind of up because he can kind of see the horns like protruding. They're making a mark in the kind of hood that you have up. They're like, you know,
yeah,
imprints.
It's a bad job. It's what I have to do.
All right. All right. Do you have any idea where the brother might be? How long we'll have to sit here?
Well, last I saw him, he was off chasing after some of the guys that, well, tied you up. Well, I think we owe him a thanks after all this.
Ah, very well.
Perhaps we can all kind of give a glance around, and I would like to investigation check to find Kavian.
I'm literally just in the middle of the road picking up arrows from a dead corpse.
But we don't see you.
You're okay. So I won't have you roll for it because there is no line of sight with Kavian. He's around some buildings that are kind of in the way of your sight line. So no, even if you roll a 20, you're not going to see him.
Is he within 50 feet?
He is probably outside of 50 feet. He had went to some of the older bodies, but we're gonna.
I just yell his name.
I come running immediately.
It wasn't like a panicked yell. It was like a "Where are you?"
Oh, hey, what's up? I was just grabbing some arrows from the people who don't need it back there. How are we doing?
Walks up, just dripping blood off of the arrows.
I cleaned them, okay?
Yeah, I wiped my hand axe on my pants. I think they want to go somewhere.
Oh, and we're joining, I'm assuming?
I'm with you, brother.
Do you want to join us? We're going to... What's the pronunciation again?
Learston.
We're going to Learston to inform the Mystic Council.
It is to discuss the attack, I assume?
Yes.
I believe that would be wise.
As you guys are kind of talking, as you're talking, Mystic J is gonna kind of come up to the forefront of the group. You must be the brother. I've been told that we have you to thank in large part for dispatching these attackers. He's gonna kind of bow a little bit in front of you and then stand back up. Yes, I am Mystic J. I am a part of the Mystic Council of Meritea. We oversee the province as a whole, and we need to get back to the other council members to inform of them of what just happened here, what's taking place. For all we know, this could be happening across the province, and the sooner we get the word back, the better.
Right. Well, lead the way, I guess.
Now, here comes the big question here with everything. Here we have to make sure that business is taken care of in the front house, not the back house, if you know what I mean. A few questions. One, when is the plan for leaving? 2, how long is the travel? 3, what dangers oppose ahead? 4, what compensation would we be able to get as a group for being technically bodyguards for this situation?
Man of questions. I can respect that. As for where we're going, the city of Learston is not all that far removed. It's, depending on the route you take, anywhere from 24 to 30-ish miles, I would say. It's a fair trek, but nothing too crazy. As for what we might encounter along the way, well, the Marin Savannah is not a land of many dangerous creatures, fortunately. Occasionally, you might have the group of bandits, or maybe you might see some jackals about, but nothing really too deadly, especially compared to some of the places more to the north.
Or apparently here.
It's a pretty, yeah. Apparently so. Well, either way, as for your compensation for helping me get there, I cannot give you a straight number, as it's not my decision solely to make. It's that of the councils, but I'm sure with the news that we bring and ensuring my safe return, they would be most generous for your assistance.
And when are you planning on leaving exactly?
We need to make our way back as soon as possible. I would like to leave right now. While the sun is still.
Do you have a carriage or horses?
No, I prefer not to travel by such lavish means through the lands. I like to.
Lavish.
Very
I'm in.
honorable.
I'm in.
There's a cart right there. We could just,
Oh, I'm
That's
very
okay.
aware of the cart. Don't you worry.
Ate some cookies under there.
I don't know if that cart's serviceable. I mean, you can see all of the body prints from in the mud underneath the cart. Obviously, someone's been working hard underneath that cart to get it operational. I don't think
Somebody indeed.
ready yet.
Right.
For the sake of speed, we may look into going to the stables to look for some horses. It will take us longer to walk.
A fine can't think of the word. A fine idea indeed. Yes, the stables are towards the outskirts of the town. We can give it a check. However, I'm not too sure if there still be anyone there, as most of the people fled. But either way, let us go check. You guys are gonna.
Well, it's worth a check.
Well, you guys go check. This actually works perfectly. I would like to go check on my brother, who I left during this gigantic battle. So I will. How about this? You guys go to the stables. I'm gonna go check on my brother. How about we meet at the entrance of the town, in maybe an hour or so, 30 minutes, hour or so. Does that sound like a plan?
Sounds good.
Yes, this could work just fine.
Okay.
If
I'd like
you don't
to
show
check the
up-
library as well, just very quickly.
If you don't show up, we know where you live.
Oh, okay. I don't know why threats are of a thing right now. We literally just fought beside each other.
I
Literally
mean,
proven I'm not the enemy. But
I guess we
okay.
could come pick
You know where I
up.
live.
Just don't take
I
too long.
really, in his mind, this isn't a threat, it's just a statement. He's just that imposing.
Natural intimidation.
So he's just saying this, and he's a little confused. It's like Goatman in a dress all over again.
I know where you live, so if you need anything, I'll come drop by.
No, it was just
Tormund-
in his mind. It was more of a.
I'm just starting to
We
walk
can
away, being
come
like,
get
okay,
you.
you
Tormund-
know where I live.
Tormund,
And I'm off.
as you're walking away, make a wisdom saving throw to see if
Saving
you're actually
throw?
frightened or not.
Oh my god, my wisdom's a
roll
plus
intimidation?
0.
No, you don't have to roll intimidation.
Come
Can I
on,
roll
baby.
intimidation?
I mean, you can if you want.
Oh, it's a 1.
It's a critical fail.
I got
No,
20.
Oh my
It's
god.
not natural. Dirty 20. Dirty
As
20.
you walk away, Tormund, as you walk away and you've put on this guise of like trying to stand up and kind of match the toughness, you were just thinking to yourself, wow, that guy is scary and tall and big.
Ugh.
And you're
I
just
gotta wear
holding
my
it
brown
in.
pants today.
you are just holding
He wields the mug with ease.
He does.
He who
He's
wields the mug
holding
holds all
mug
the
as he's
power.
saying this.
All right. I guess I'll go check the stables. Is there anyone who would accompany me to the stables, or are you all going to be checking elsewhere?
Everything I have is on me, so I'll follow you.
Very well.
I'll go.
All right. Well,
I'll follow my brother.
okay. Off we go then. And they're gonna start heading off towards the stables on the kind of outskirts of the town of Sin, in the kind of western parts of the town. And I'm gonna follow Norman as he makes his way back to his brother's house.
Need it to be known. Slavery would have never ridden a horse before in his life. Has no idea what to expect right now. I don't even know if he's seen a horse.
Okay. He definitely has seen horses before, as they're very common up in the north, especially in the province of Kinalora. Anyway, picking up with Tormund.
On my walk back, do I notice anything? Like as Tormund walks away, it went from, very confident to obviously panicked because Larry knows where I live.
Right.
To panicked in a different way, and I'm like checking as I'm walking. I'm checking everywhere for anything out of place.
Yep. Roll
Do I
a
see
perception
anything?
check.
God, why are all my checks today just +0? Just straight rolls. We're gonna go with a solid 14.
14. All right. So as you're walking back and travel a familiar path leading through the houses and up to the house where you're staying, your brother's house, you don't notice all too much. The occasional arrows that are stuck in the side of a house, stuck in the ground from a kind of previous bombardment. You still see some faint smoke off in the distance, not from a burning fire still, but from the smoldering ruins of some of the buildings and such. And as you approach your brother's house, you do notice that the door is wide open.
Bum, bum, bum.
Okay. Hand on rapier, ready to pounce just in case.
Okay.
I'm going to slowly enter into the house.
All right. As you enter into the house, you see trails of somewhat fresh blood on the ground, kind of going through the doorway into the building, and it very much catches your attention, and you are very alert and almost starting to worry and panic. But as you step forward into the doorway, you see 4 individuals 3 of which are kind of sitting on the ground, legs stretched out, and their backs are kind of propped up against a wall, kind of leaning over, injured. Definitely the cause of blood on the ground and stuff. And you see your brother tending to one of them to the best of his ability, and in kind of a frantic manner, just doesn't even notice you walk in, just trying to tend to these people.
Awesome. Here's where we are at. I need you to bandage these people up right now. I need you to pack your things. I need you out of here into a new city as soon as possible.
Tormund, you're back. What happened out there?
Those monsters are now here. I don't even know why they're here this far south. I take out the patch, I take out the swap, I throw it down in front of him. The Empire's here now. I don't know why they continue. Their bloodlust does not end. And I listen, we can discuss the details later. What I need you to go. I need you out.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if the wars reached Meritea, I guess I'd rather not be here. But where shall I go? There's war everywhere.
I know you're against it, brother, but the group will protect you during these times.
The group.
Don't say it like that. Listen, I know what has happened in the past, but we cannot let one instance turn us away from the group.
One instance? And what of our parents?
Listen, the group is not... what happened to our parents is not because of the group. And don't worry about that. I'm taking care of it. Listen, as for me, listen, I don't know about this group. I don't know how I feel about this group. They're good in combat, and there's a lead possibly to... Sorry, this is Will talking. Is it Listine? Listine?
I would say that
Learstein, the city.
The city, Learston. Yes, I didn't know that's what you were going for.
Sorry. The only thing I know is they take me a lead to Learston. I'm wondering if the person in question is there.
Very well, brother. I'll do my best to gather my various things, and I suppose I'll my way back north. But he's gonna place his hand on your shoulder. Just whatever you do, whatever you find, just make sure you come back in one piece.
You as well. I expect when you get to the city that you send your fastest raven to tell me of your location. As of right now, I cannot force you to rejoin the group. But as of right now, I'm expecting you in the city of Ahethans.
Ahethos?
And if Ahethos, sorry, I can't read.
There you go.
Ahethos. Ahethos. If you are in any other city, I need to know as soon as possible. I am not losing you as well.
Okay.
Don't worry about me. I will take care of our little problem.
Very well. He nods and turns to keep tending to the injured. He's gonna do his best to see them off well before he leaves the area, as that's just how he is.
I pick up the patch. I pick up the garment. kind of wiping some sweat from the forehead. I walk to the door. I look around and I look back and go, Fessum?
Yeah.
I promise I will make this right. And I will see you soon.
He just looks at you and nods again before tending back. Not a word. Okay, so as you exit the building, we'll pick up with the others who are approaching the stables now. And say Mystic J is kind of following behind the rest of you, as that's kind of the position he'll take to ensure his safe return with the information. So who would you say is leading the approach to the stables?
I don't know where they are.
Hair is probably the best one.
I'm not with you right
Having-
now. I'm in the library.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I kind of know which way we're going. Is it a left or a right up here?
Well, it should just be a right, and right around that corner, right towards the edge.
I'm still not very familiar with the city.
As you guys walk down the path and make a right around these buildings, and the stables opens up in your vision, kind of grand sense. It's not a very large town, the town of Sin, but there's definitely some emphasis put on this kind of view as you turn the corner and the stables kind of are revealed to you. You see 2 horses in various stalls. You don't see anything outside of the stables. There's no loose horses kind of tied up outside or anything like that. You don't see any people, but there is a house right next to the stables that you would assume would be the house of the caretaker horses.
I would like to go and knock on the door.
As you knock, there is no sign of life inside.
I would like to walk into the barn stables.
Okay. As you walk into the stables and kind of look around, you see the 2 horses. They're just doing their thing. One of them is a white horse with little brownish black kind of patches throughout. It's got white mane and everything. And the second horse is a brown horse with blonde mane, and it's pretty solid brown. There's no splotches or spots or anything. Those are the only 2 horses you see in there. Again, you don't see any people like that. It seems completely abandoned.
Oh?
Are they like
It seems the caretaker fled to a safer area, but there's at least 2 horses. That's enough to drive a cart, if I'm not mistaken.
this is Zan asking,
Mhm.
are they like light horses, heavy horses, like a draft horse, or like a regular horse?
These
Or
are
like ponies?
these are the types of horses that you might see pulling carriages or carts. They're not small.
So more like a draft horse.
I'm not.
Like
I
a
don't know.
cart.
Horse
Cody doesn't know
terminology.
horses, then.
Like
So-
a Clydesdale. A Clydesdale's a draft horse.
The big boys.
big,
Yeah.
big
The
boys.
big
Big
boy.
boys.
It is
The
the big
thick
boys.
dudes. The thick dudes.
As soon as
There
you
you go.
start asking, I'm just dying because
I'm
I
sitting
know
here like-
Cody doesn't know anything about horses. And he's like,
Anyway, yes, the big
a
boys.
horse.
The thick boys. Let's go.
They go yeehaw, that's it.
We saw.
I would like to look around for gear to settle, like, not settle them up, but like if there's a cart and if there's like the things to put on them to attach them. I don't remember.
There
the names
is
of that
no
stuff.
cart in the vicinity. As you look around,
Where one is.
there's no cart in the vicinity, and as you look around the stables, you can see that there's 3 or 4 different saddles kind of strewn about, more than there are horses. A lot of gear. There's no shortage of it by any means. As if it was just a ordinary day, but all the people just vanished. Everything just kind of where it would be.
Does it seem like there are normally more horses here?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Asking the DM, how much gold would be appropriate for borrowing horses?
Roll a history check.
22.
All right. You.
I don't got a +6 for nothing.
You are pretty well versed in horse travel with your adventures far from your homelands, and no stranger to renting horses, borrowing horses. You've even bought a few horses for some people back home. To take these horses, you would feel guilty if you didn't leave any more than 10 gold each.
Okay.
As you're sitting there thinking, Mystic J is gonna kind of pipe up. As for leaving some kind of compensation for the horses, and don't worry, I can leave something for them. And he kind of reaches into like a pocket of his as he approaches the house, seemingly of the caretakers and stuff, and he pulls out a little envelope, a little maybe letter of sorts that's kind of sealed. You can't really open it, and takes the letter and he slides it under the
sealed
door.
IOU.
He slides it under the door, and then makes his way back to you. And
by the time he's back, I will have been putting the gear on one of the horses and instructing Larry on gearing up the other horse so we can take him to the carriage we saw in town.
He kind of gets tangled up in some of the lines and stuff, but he eventually does what he needs to do. Not without tripping at least once. Not fully falling over, but definitely it's a scuffle. He's fighting with these.
Mystic J is going to approach. Never ridden one of these before, have you? He directs his attention at Larry.
He just kind of, you know how when a dog's focused on something,
Yeah.
and then its attention snaps elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
He's
and he's
kinda,
got this wolf cowl over his head.
He's gonna kind of take a step back and be totally like kind of jarred by that. Then he's gonna kind of regroup himself.
I'll come over and kind of inspect the work and say, it's all right. You did get the hang of it. It looks proper.
Well, either way, we find the others and be off. These 2 horses are better than nothing.
I would like to look at the stalls they came from and know their names.
Roll a perception check.
Would that be investigation?
True, we did go up to the stalls. I would have looked directly at it. I feel like it's more investigation.
Giving the DM time to come up with names. Just roll.
Yeah, I mean, fine. I'll
Give
do the
him time.
perception. 23.
Oh, what are those names, DL?
So
They better
we
be
better get a full birth
magnificent.
certificate with them. Yeah.
you see that the brown horse with blonde mane, its name is Rio. Ryo.
The other one's Ferdinand.
And you see that the second one, the more white horse, its name is Elion. Elion.
It's a lion.
Oh, that one was mostly white.
Mostly white. Some brownish splotches throughout. Darker splotches.
I don't have many notes, but these horses are going in them. Okay. Which one do I have?
I don't know. Which one do you have?
I'll have the reins of Elion.
Okay.
And I will walk back to the carriage that I know Hera fell under as I watch from the rooftop.
All right. I assume Larry is and Kavian are kind of following behind.
I'm leading Rio.
Okay. You're
Are
leading
they
or riding?
leading?
Okay.
Not riding.
Okay.
He doesn't know how to do that.
Okay. So as you guys kind of make your way back through the town, and you have these horses, Mystic J's kind of following behind a little bit. You see Tormund walking back from the house and kind of meeting up on the main road right there. And you guys are kind of all coming together. We're going to catch up with Hera in the library.
Well, I've come through the library doors, and I want to see if there's anyone still around the library, because maybe some people haven't fled or anything like that.
Okay. Roll an investigation check.
Investigation. That's going to be a 15.
All right. Not bad. So as you walk in through the doors of the Mystic Library of Sin, and the familiar sight opens up to you, a place you've spent a good part of your last few weeks looking at and being around, you notice that it's emptier than usual. Not to your surprise at all. You figured it would mostly be empty at this point. But you do see on the far side of the bottom floor, kind of under a table with a fairly scared look on their face, see a younger woman, only slightly younger than you are. Can't really make out any of the details as of yet.
I want to literally just go over and say, hey, it's all okay. We've dealt with it. You're safe now.
In a kind of keep her almost trance-like state as you kind of say this and just not even really acknowledge your existence for a bit, and then finally kind of like goes from being pretty tense to kind of loosening up just a bit, kind of looking kind of in your direction, not quite making eye contact, and ask, are they gone?
All gone. We took care of them. All gone. You're safe now.
Okay. I'll be a minute down here. Don't mind me. And she's
Of
just gonna
course.
kind of sit there and just kind of mentally herself.
You can take all the time you need. It's all okay. And I want to go to where the back rooms of the library would be to go and kind of collect my stuff.
Okay. As you walk into the back room, kind of behind the desk, and it kind of opens up. There's shelves of books that need to be put back in their right spot, and there's some bags and table and chairs and just kind of collection of completely miscellaneous things. But you find your stuff. It doesn't appear to have been touched since the last you dropped it off. Go for it.
I am going to, since last time I left the library, I was in what can only just be described as a mad rush. I'm going to put on my cloak
Hmm?
and take my staff, and I'm going to just go, suppose the adventure isn't done after all. And I'm gonna just come out of the back rooms and I'm gonna say to the girl, so what kind of books are you after? And I'm trying to distract her. I'm trying to make sure she's okay.
She takes a second to kind of look over, and she's like, well, I'm not much of a reader myself. I just heard the commotion and ducked into the nearest building. I can't say I've ever actually been in the library.
I think you'd like it. You can find a lot of good in books. If you're looking for a good story to keep your mind off of things, and I'm going to just point towards a bunch of stories I like in the corner, there's your good stuff. And I'm going to just make my way towards the rest of the group.
Okay. As you exit the library, you see the group kind of all together besides yourself. They've got the 2 horses now, and they're kind of walking towards the library area where the other cart sits, and you are all back together.
By this time, we should probably have already had the cart set up and any supplies we need in it and are ready to go.
Not so fast. You are just getting to the cart as Hera leaves the library.
I just kind of give the cart this
Try to
look
speed
because I
run.
pass, but I'm like, I will forgive you if you let me climb me this time. I mean, I'm not interested in eating cookies under you again.
Right?
Yeah, we'll just be setting up the horses then, and wondering what this weird compartment is in the cart that holds cookie crumbs?
Something like that.
More today, nice.
Yeah, I couldn't not. It's the good stuff as well.
All right. Is there anyone
Respect.
helping Pipra set up the cart and try to get the horses attached?
Yeah, I'll assist. Tall girl gang.
Right. So it takes you guys a little bit, but you think you managed to figure it out. Hope. And there's a couple things in the back of the cart. Not much though. It's not full by any means. Just a sack or 2 of what you could only imagine are random vegetables or such like that. And you get the horses attached. As you do, horses kind of appear to kind of settle in a way, like they've done this many a time before. They're ready to traverse the open lands.
So,
Do we have
Mystic J,
everyone
where
on
to?
board? My bad.
No, sorry, go for it.
Do we have everyone on board? Did Tormund make it back? Or do we need
You're-
to show up at his doorstep?
You're all together right now.
I'm
Okay,
right
cool.
behind you.
You get-
Oh,
Did you not see me walk up?
no.
Hello, welcome on in.
I'm just going to get straight in the cart. Do I need to roll an acrobatics check again, or am I good this time?
You don't need to, but roll one just to see what it would have been.
All
You're
right.
gonna slip on a random banana peel out of nowhere.
Oh my god, it's a 9.
Oh, it's a good thing I didn't make you do it. Okay. Yeah, no, you get into the back of the cart. Mystic J kind of follows suit and just kind of takes a seat, lays down, or not lays down, but like sits down back up against like the side wall of the cart next to one of the sacks. I assume the rest of you are going to attempt to get in the cart as well.
Yes.
Ironically,
I don't know how I can. I don't think I can ride a horse with hooves. So yeah, I'm getting the cart.
that would be a little funky.
I don't think. I think I need
wait.
special stirrups.
I was gonna say I do have proficiency with land vehicles. So maybe Flaherty should try driving.
I was gonna. That was my next question.
It's
is who
not
takes the
comfortable around
reins?
horses, but
I mean,
Can drive
he's
them.
used an ox before, I would imagine. So
Okay.
it's just horses kind of. He was really poor.
Okay, so Valeri is going to go ahead and offer himself up to take the reins and some
You
of
want me to roll animal handling or something?
I would say no. I'll let your land vehicle thing work out for you.
Okay.
He kind of grabs the reins and immediately feels a lot more comfortable than the idea of actually riding the horse itself. And
I want to roll it just to see what would happen.
go ahead.
That would have passed.
12?
Yeah.
Not bad. So
Good enough.
I just wanted to know if I would have scuffed it.
you grab the reins and kind of comes to you. It's not something that you've done for years and years and years, but you know what you're doing. And the horses start to kind of, there's a jolt as the horses start to move, and the cart kind of unsticks itself from its spot in the dirt, and you guys are kind of moving at this point. And you're kind of heading towards the exit of the town of Sin, or rather towards the town square, and Mystic J is going to kind of get your attention. Have we decided on which route we wanted to take? There's two different routes to Learson. I'm not sure what you all would prefer, but if we wanted to potentially make it to Learston the quickest, then we'll take the southern route, and we could get there a little quicker, but it's nothing but wilderness in between here and there. Or we could take a slight detour, might take a little longer, and head through the town of Beltel on the river. But again, it would take us a little longer to get there.
Time is it right now?
It is a little bit past noon, as when we kind of opened up and the attack happened, it was sun, center of the sky, high noon. It's maybe
High noon.
Maybe an hour and a half removed from that at this point. It's still strongly in the daytime.
Okay.
I mean, thinking about it, I mean, we could either try to rush our way through, hopefully get to Learston by sundown, the fastest way. I mean, that might be the ideal way to go. It's only 30 miles from here, unless anybody really wanted to take a pit stop.
I'm with Tormund. This sounds like the best idea, especially if time is of the essence here.
Yeah.
I agree. The faster route, the better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just driving.
Always glad to be going in the home direction.
I like it how we're I like the idea we're discussing it, and Slayerine is just like just driving.
I like, yeah, it knows nothing
going
about
in a
Meritea.
Okay. Mystic J will be guiding Valerian on where to go and
Because he's got no idea.
What-
He's not,
In
Yeah.
400 paces,
What-
turn left.
what route to take. So, as you guys are on the cart and you exit the town of Sin, you kind of look back maybe, and you see the once completely peaceful port side town of Sin. A couple faint things of smoke rising into the air as some of the buildings had burnt down in the chaos, and it's not the bustling trade town that you saw just a couple hours previous, but you just kind of feel this kind of hope within yourselves that the town will recover from that, and the people will build it back up better than it was before. So, as Slavery is driving this cart, and you guys are out on the open road to, as far as you can see to your right, just open savanna. To the left, you see a good bit. It kind of, just towards the far side of your vision, fades into sandy beaches and eventually the ocean, just on the edge of where you can see. Sun still far ahead, it's a beautiful day. There's a few clouds in the sky, and everything seems fairly peaceful. Is there anything specific you'd like to do?
I'm gonna just, because I used every single spell and trick that I could use, and I know we're probably not gonna get a long rest out of this, but I'm just gonna sit back in the back, hoofs up on the edge of the cart. Maybe take my backpack, put it behind my head,
Okay.
lay back, and just pull out my pan flute and just play a relaxing tune to just chill out with
Okay.
everyone.
I'll say
I'm just gonna.
while you guys are riding, you are able to get a short rest in, everyone except Philairi.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will just have pulled out a book and be reading.
Okay. What was Hera gonna do?
Oh, I was just gonna put up my hood, just sort of jam to Tormund's tunes a little bit, and just totally vibe.
Okay.
Short rest stuff.
Okay. And Kavian?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what happened and stuff.
Okay. So, as you guys are traveling down the roads for minutes, that turns into half an hour, and then maybe an hour passes. And eventually, you guys reach the river that was mentioned before. And Miss J, yes, this must be the Udeli River. This is halfway before our mark where we turn into the road towards Learston. We've got maybe another hour and a half, 2 hours on the cart before we get there. And you guys kind of cross over this bridge of no real extra fancy kind of architecture. It's mostly just there to kind of be functional and kind of service horse travel and foot traffic and stuff like that. You do notice that it goes pretty high above the water, as if to allow ships down the river back out into the ocean. And after you guys finish crossing over the bridge, get back onto solid ground, the stone pathways, and travel on a little bit more, when all of a sudden, the silence is broken. Seemingly peaceful, empty lands are interrupted from behind you as you hear the sound of, you hear another horse, kind of not full stride, but at a kind of medium pace, not quite
A
walking.
canter?
Yeah, perhaps even that you hear the kind of clops behind you, and they get a little closer, and some of you kind of turn your attention, and you see you can't quite make out who's on the horse, but you just see one horse just kind of doesn't seem to be approaching you guys, just traveling along the road. And as the horse and the figure on the horse draws near, you see an elven woman approach, and they get closer. The horse gets within 10-15 feet. They slow down a little bit. Darcy's, go ahead and introduce.
So this is Darcy's. She's small, but like not small, you know? And she has this longish, wavy, orangish brown hair, and it's pulled back kind of in like a, you know, like a half up. She wears this light teal vest over this very handmade sweater underneath. And she has this grayish, dark, smoky, black, whatever tone you want to call that, robe overneath with a green lining that is embroidered with little flowers on the bottom and up the sides. She's not tall, she's not short, she's just kind of medium sized. And what she lacks in her muscles, she picks up in a loving, caring aura that you can kind of just sense about her. And she stops her horse as you guys are pulling up, and she's very curious as to what is going on and why all these people are in this tiny little carriage.
Normal size in general, or compared to us?
Yeah, because we're all like plus
Giants, yeah.
Huge.
I think the shortest one in the group is like 6'2".
Yeah.
Compared to y'all, she's small.
Oh,
Darcy's is
She's
5'4".
normal size. Yeah, she's normal.
5'4". Oh my gosh.
So this is like she's not even just seeing a ton of normal people in a small cart. She's seeing like
No,
5
she's seeing
giants in this.
giants
Yeah.
in this small cart, and that's why she stops, and she is very just like, what the heck
Traveling
is going
circus?
on in there?
Larry, stop the cart if you would. Mystic J pipes up.
He's not had to do this yet.
All right, roll animal
But-
handling.
No.
Let me.
Natural
It's going
one.
faster.
Natural one. Zan just hits the reins. The horses book it, and Sam is out of the D&D campaign.
I will say, go. You can roll with advantage because everyone is there, able to kind of assist.
Okay, then it's a 16.
Okay, sweet. So you aren't sure what to do. You've never really done this before, but you give it your best guess, and to your surprise, it just kind of works out. They just kind of come to a stop, and you don't know how you did it. You just hope you can remember it in the future. And you kind of turn and you see.
You know what I
Darcy's on the
do?
horse.
You
What's
know what
that?
I do? I think of the last time that I was stuck in a little situation.
Wiggle.
This is how I stop it. And I'm holding onto these reins, right? And I just wiggle.
All right.
I love how Zan speaks and the chat wiggles.
I know, it's
As
lovely.
it should.
Sorry, I had to
All right.
make a funny.
So you, as the Larry stops, you kind of turn and you can see Darcy's on the horse after, just kind of having this puzzled look, and you guys are just kind of sitting there, and there's just this confusion from both sides. But what'd you like to do? Anyone?
How's it going, friend? Are you lost?
I mean, I guess I could ask the same questions to you. These trails have been pretty empty the last few days, so what's up with that?
You know, we're just in between towns, you know, in between sites, just getting from point A to point B. I'm assuming the same for you.
There seems to be a lot of you in this cart, and not to be judgmental, but y'all look a little rough.
Well,
if
we've
you
certainly
wanna-
seen some action.
You should have saw the other guy.
Oh,
I look up
jeez.
from my
guys.
book
Yeah, they're dead.
and I say, we came from Sin.
Oh,
There was a bit of a
city, baby.
trouble going on there.
I see. Well, are you guys okay? Do you need anything? I have some berries if you would like some berries.
Do they give me my magical powers back?
They may or may not be magical berries, but I guess you just have to trust me if I tell you that they are.
I grab a berry. I want to insight check because I don't want to be poisoned.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll insight.
I'm grabbing my hand axe, holding on to
I
it.
mean, would it be insight or would it be nature to know if it's a poisonous berry?
would be either
I'll
nature or
let him do
survival.
Either way.
Doesn't matter either way. It's a 5.
There you go. You
Best looking berry
look
you've
at this
ever
berry.
seen.
You look at this berry, and the only thought that crosses your mind is, "Yeah, that's a berry."
Like I'm like looking at the berry, I'm looking at the person who gave me the berry, just looking back.
As you're looking at the berry and holding this, Mystic J's gonna. Who might you be? To Darcy's.
Well, I'm Darcy's. I'm a healer, so I'm not here to trick you. I'm not here to give you poisonous berries.
Oh, a healer.
I sense that you guys have been in some hard times with this battle that you're telling me about, and there's just something about you that makes me wanna fix you up. So I offer you my berries. They are not bad, I promise. Some of them might just be a little less ripe, so you might just have to deal with that taste.
I slowly eat the berry. What happens?
As you eat the berry and the juices kind of go throughout, you are surprised at how good the berry tastes, and you feel a little refresh. You know, you're happy that it was a good tasting berry and you didn't die right away.
Right away.
You're like, your only thought is really, I wouldn't mind eating more of those.
Actually, it's actually a pretty good berry. My goodness.
Are you headed to Learston as well?
Yeah. Actually, yes I am. And I see that you have I'm familiar with the town. I'm familiar with Sin. So, I see that you have my two horse friends with you. How is the stable owner doing? How are they?
It looks like
I
they fled
believe they
before most of
fled.
the action.
Oh no. Well, these are two very good horses. I know them personally.
They've certainly
Be the
done us well
best
so
of
far.
horses.
Well, if
Good.
if we're going to the same town, we might as well, party up together. I mean,
Yes.
you gave me a delicious berry. I'm not dead right now. So far so good.
The berry
Yeah.
charmed him.
I like a good berry.
Darcy's got good berries. Oh, I would be
That's
delighted to join you guys if you'll have me. And who knows, maybe I can help you out if we were to come across anything unfortunate.
Well, I have no complaints here. I think having a healer in our midst could do us well on our trek. Mystic J will pipe up and kind of say,
Certainly, more numbers make for a safer journey. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance.
Pleased to make yours.
Let's
Oh, yeah.
ride.
Care to ride in the cart?
Well, I would hate to just leave my horse here.
Oh,
So-
the horse can be tied to the cart and tag along. It was just offering in case you were saddle sore.
Oh, well, I would hate to intrude on the inside of this cart. It seems a bit full at the moment, so I'll ride behind, but don't worry about me.
She looks over and the only place to sit is on the bag of vegetables. Okay.
Yes.
As we continue to ride towards Learston, I just look up and just like, all right, well, as the newest person in this wacky group, you have to tell us where are you from? What are you about? What's your deepest secrets? Who were the last three people you kissed? These are just rudimentary
gonna say
questions we ask everybody.
Yeah, of course. It's totally logical. Makes sense that you would want to know this about me.
Oh, of course.
Right away.
Of course.
So I'm from the town Eleonora. I think I said that right, Cody.
"Yeah, you did."
Illinois?
So I'm
Kidding.
That's what I was thinking.
that's vice versa.
The mystical lands of Illinois.
The mystical small village of Eleonora, and I have left my city. I have fled, if you will, because our man in control, our head honcho, we're not friends.
Sorry to hear that.
It's it's okay. It happens, and we're just gonna pretend that it doesn't exist. But to answer your question about the last 3 people that I've kissed, I actually haven't kissed anybody since I was 10.
Hen, how old are you
yes.
now?
Tormund. It is impolite
I'm
to ask a lady
years.
her age.
I'm about the same age as you guys, and
You didn't ask
unfortunately,
anyone else.
so judgy.
Yeah. Tormund, you weren't that curious about the rest of us.
What are you
Eyebrow
talking about?
wiggle.
I already knew all of that.
Insight check him. I want to see if he crushing.
Same.
16.
Plus 4.
I got
I'm just
7.
gonna chuck one out as well. Why not? Oh my
7.
god.
7.
Yeah, 7 as
Larry's
well.
like, what's a kiss?
The only kiss he knows is the kiss of death.
Oh.
Just kind of glances over his shoulder like,
But yes, no, I have not kissed anybody since my late best friend. Unfortunately, we were training to be healers together, and he ate a poisonous berry, and it was not given to him by me. No, don't, my berries are safe. Okay, he went off on his own to eat and test the berries, and unfortunately, it was not a good one, and he died.
Tormund just like
I'm
makes this
so
face
sorry.
of like, oh no, like like when you tell a joke and then it like goes too far, and then it's like you make a joke and it's like, oh yeah, like the last person I kissed was someone who died in my arms. I'm just like, oh god, what did I
Yeah.
do? I opened a can of worms. I'm just kind of sitting there like, oh, sorry, I was just trying to make a joke.
I know how it is to lose a friend, whether to death or other circumstances. I'm sorry for your loss deeply.
Thank you so much for that. It's nice to feel sorrow. And she looks at him with a little bit of judgment. But thank you for your kind words. I appreciate them. It's never easy. The grief never goes away.
all we do is manage it over time.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
those berries, would we find those berries in these woods around us?
The poisonous berries?
Yes. Or the
No,
berries
no.
you gave, those were delicious.
I don't know
Hopefully
if I
they're
would.
not the
I
same.
don't know if I would refer to the savannah as a woods of many berries.
Yes, no,
Sorry.
these berries come from my village, the areas outside of my village, and they are sparse, and I use them not willy-nilly.
Then I'm very thankful for your gratitude.
Do I know where is it Illinois?
Eleonora, do a history
Do I
check.
know where Illinois is?
History check.
History check.
Me as I search my maps.
All
since I have to
plus
look at these
0.
maps.
All plus 0 modifiers. I am average. Oh, please be an 18. Don't roll into the 4. It's an 18.
Nice.
All right, nice. So you are pretty familiar with the name Eleonora, and you know that the village is in the northeastern province of Ithaca. It is right on a river, and it marks a somewhat halfway point between the two cities of Lethio and Aurora.
Yes,
How
that's
far
where you
away
can
is that
find
from
my
here?
Very far.
Like
a long way.
cross,
Yeah, that's a long way.
across the entire country?
Across the entire continent, yes. Not quite on the
Traveled
northern
very
coast,
far.
but
It's a
Yes,
while away from here.
I have been on the move for quite some time. Quite
Likewise.
some time.
What's brought you this far south?
Really just I needed a new area. I needed somewhere new to be, and my being in my village just and around it, it was getting too dangerous. The dictator, if you will, of our village has slowly been encroaching on the other villages and is looking for me. So we've moved this way. It's just me, myself, and my horse.
Can I see if
Now
they're
you-
You
flying?
won't
you-
find dictators here.
Can I
good
see
to
if
hear.
she's lying with
Not
insight?
yet. We just
Yeah,
started
roll
traveling.
insight
I
check,
mean, we
Piper.
might run into a dictator, here or there if we continue traveling. You never know.
18.
18. All right, so basically, Sam, Kavian just rolled an insight check to see if what you said was true or if you were hiding anything. If it seemed like you were. He wouldn't say what it is, he would just say what he noticed.
I see. I say it?
Yeah, so he's looking into, as you say that, he's trying to determine if it looks like you're lying or if you're telling the truth.
Tell
And
the
he rolled an
players
18,
you're
so
lying.
he pretty much knows if it is the truth or not, but you gotta let him know if it is.
I can see that you're not taking what I have to say. You don't think I'm telling you the truth, but why would I lie?
Well, you're an elf for starters. You have had some experience with your kind, and you're not exactly the friendliest, to say the least.
Out of
Interesting.
character, was Sam informed of the relationship between the Dukaze and the Cobb?
Darcy's isn't very aware of said conflict because Darcy's doesn't
Okay.
live anywhere near where there's conflict.
Okay. I was just wondering to know if you prepared her for that, or if it was just
Elf
meant to
racism.
be.
Oh no.
I can
Continue.
promise you. I can promise you. What is it? Cavian?
Kavian.
Cavian. I can promise you, Cavian, that I am not like other people of my village, and I know only kindness.
Sam, roll a persuasion
Yes.
check.
What is
Is Darcy's the only elf
On
in the group?
I think
Full
so.
elf, yes.
Yeah.
Because I'm half.
8.
It would be an 8.
Oh,
Elf half goat.
Your attempt to persuade wasn't very successful.
Well, you'll have to apologize to me if I can't quite trust you on that.
And
But only
that's
time will
fair.
tell.
That's fair. I understand your unwillingness to trust. And I hope that one day maybe you will be able to trust me.
Good.
Right.
Well, until then, you
good.
can stay on your horse, and I'll stay on my cart, and we don't come close to each other.
Fair. I respect your boundaries.
Mystic J's gonna pipe up. Right. Well, we should carry on then. To Learston as quickly as we can.
I just put my hood back up and I'm having another nap in the back of the cart.
He's gonna motion to Valeri to start moving the cart again.
our
Mhm.
pan flute
He
playing
does that.
in the back.
Jam
Or
into the
book
pan flute.
reading.
This is Magus.
All right. So
Anybody take any requests? Any who stand beer? Anyone enjoy them? No? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll play the classics.
I was gonna say, are we all just gonna sing like I forget what the song is.
Some sea shanties.
It's like the something on the wall. Da 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 da.
no,
Just like
yeah.
counting down as we're doing the road trip.
I was once-
Yeah, just sea shanties and everything on the road.
I will say I was in a campaign once, and we did go through so much of the 99 bottles of beer. MDM was so mad.
All right. I'm just gonna play the classic stylings of Aryan Grande as we go.
all right.
Not D-Rollo, not Wiggle Wiggle Wiggle.
No, I haven't learned that one. That one's a very complicated song.
Thought you played it last time.
I never played it.
Okay.
Do you know any Avicii's? You know, Avicii. got any
Oh my gosh.
level scores with the late Avicii's. I mean, what a respectable artist.
Just renowned across the land, let's be honest.
Truly.
Probably one of the most popular in the land of Blutora. But I'm going to stick with Arian Grande for this trip. A little more relaxing, Levels is a little. That's more tavern music, Once we get into the city and we get some drinks in us, maybe I can bust out some.
Now
some
that I will look forward to.
All right. So, as you guys kind of settle down and hear the music that Tormund plays, those of you guys who are just kind of sitting around in the cart, some of you might begin to drift off, just kind of zone out maybe, and after a while, the faint sounds of voices and horses, just like a bustling city, just ever so faintly, kind of carried with the wind, starts to kind of pick up a little bit, and you can hear it off in the distance, and your ears might perk up a little bit. At this point, those of you guys who are not named Thaleri and Darcy's, you can add a short rest on your character.
Short rest.
I don't know if that does anything for me, but
Mystic J will pipe up. Ah, that is it. The city of Learston ahead. And you guys kind of direct your attention kind of in front of you. And you see off to the north, opposite direction where the ocean was, as you kind of approach this grand scene ahead of you guys. At the base of a mountain range, home to 3 distinct peaks, rests the city of Learston, with grand walls of finely chiseled stone and granite accents all throughout, protecting the bulk of buildings. The city appears nearly impenetrable. On the outside of the walls lie fields of wheat and potatoes stretching for nearly a mile in every direction opposite of the mountain range, into the open expanse of the savannah. A few small houses litter the agricultural district, playing home to the farmers and laborers, these houses bearing a notable resemblance to those of sister settlements across Maratea, gray and white stone making up the bulk of the material, tastefully accented by various wood types. From afar, you can see the tops of seemingly endless rows of buildings spread throughout the city within the walls. They gradually increase in height ever so slightly as they sit closer to the mountains and further from the city entrance. At the very far side of the city, tucked right into the mountain range, sits a grand castle, built of darker stone variants with white accents. A main hall of the castle is visible as the prominent centerpiece, flanked on either side by 2 tall towers that come to a point at the roof. There are 2 other towers, similar in shape but lower in height, connected to various sections of the castle, resting behind the main hall centerpiece. Well above the peaks of the castle towers, the mountain peaks receive a light dusting of snow to show as much with white caps touching the clouds. The main road, built of stone and gravel, leads right up to the city gates, north past the city and further into the open savannah.
Well, Mystic J, have you taken us to the right place, or are we on a wild goose chase?
There's no sight quite like it. The beautiful city of Learston.
The sight of home's always nice, isn't it?
Proud to call it home. Seems as though things are undisturbed here, which is a good sign. Let's just hope it continues to be that way.
Let's get you to your council then.
Right. You guys like to do anything else before you approach the city?
I'll just be kind of looking around, admiring it,
okay,
and remembering how beautiful I thought it was the last time I was here.
I will, I'm gonna look around, but more with the intent of picking out important locations. Primarily, a tavern so we can hear Tormund's playing. and a place to stay for the night, as it seems like
Well-
we've arrived late in the evening.
We'll get to that in a second, as you guys aren't
Okay.
quite in the city yet. You're
Okay.
approaching the main walls of the city, and they start to kind of tower above you. You get this grand entrance. It's waving the familiar sight of the Meritaean colors on banners on either side. There's big torches and different kind of braziers throughout the tops of the walls, lit ablaze as the sun starts to creep to the sunset, start to kind of kiss the horizon a little bit. The light starts to fade a little bit. There's a few guards patrolling the walls, some down on ground level, but they're all just kind of doing their usual daily duties, paying no real mind to when entering or exiting, as it's a very open kind of system. There's no checks, there's no super high security necessarily or anything like that. So you draw the carriage in through the main gate, and just to your left there is a stables, a pretty big area in front of it to kind of store carts and tie up horses and whatever it might be. What would you like to do?
I'd like to unthingy my hood. Oh my god. Of course that would be me. I'm so sorry. I'd like to take my hood down and have a little look around. I want to, as before, just have a look around, see if there's anything like a tavern, like an inn, and maybe a shop of sorts so that we can replenish our supplies.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Perception it will be. That would be a 9.
All right. So this place is completely unfamiliar to you, as you've never been here previously, and a lot of the buildings are kind of constructed similarly in architecture and kind of the materials used to build them. And you can't really distinguish any buildings removed from one another and what they might be. However, you do notice one building that appears to be a lot larger than any of the surrounding ones, as a little bit down the road from the stables, perfectly centered to the entrance of the kind of main gate entryway into the city, and kind of around this like mini town square area, not quite like the city center or anything, but like a mini kind of hub, and it kind of sits at a kind of prominent scale as like the centerpiece of that area.
All right. Well, I'd like to collect my staff, don my backpack, and exit the cart. Do I need to roll another acrobatics for that, or is our
you're
cart's no longer a problem for me? Okay, cool. I've got over my fear finally.
Well, okay. Now that we're here, I think the best course of action. Let's get Jay over to the Mystic Council, and from there, figure out more of the details and take care of that, and then maybe finish the night out at an inn. Does that sound like a plan for everybody?
That sounds most agreeable to me.
Very well.
All right.
Follow me, if you will.
I will follow.
Starts to kind of
Following?
take off towards that
Look toward
kind of secondary kind of mini town square type thing with the big building as the centerpiece, and he's going to take a right and continue down another path. You see buildings up on either side, pretty close together. It's a pretty densely populated city. There's people bustling about throughout the streets, traders and wanderers and just normal citizens, some poorer, some more noble-like in appearance, as you kind of make your way through the crowds of people, and leads you on a left and a right, and goes straight for a little bit and takes another left, and you can't really keep track of the direction that you've gone at this point. It's a lot larger of a city on the inside than it appears on the outside. And you could easily get lost here, but eventually you make your way into a kind of clearing where there is this grand fountain, just kind of as like a centerpiece, with stairs, this grand kind of staircase leading up kind of towards the mountains, and perfectly centered with the staircase behind it and right at the base of the mountain sits this castle. And as you approach it kind of in person on foot, it appears just how grand in scale it is, just how large it is. You could tell from a distance that it was pretty big, but you weren't quite ready for just how kind of jarring it was when you were actually standing at the base of it. And as you guys walk up the stairs, he'll kind of start speaking without facing you. As you're walking, he'll start to say, this is, for those of you who aren't familiar with this city, this is the Lear Citadel. And the main hall right here is where the council members make their presence known portions of the day. So hopefully they're all still here and we can inform them of what happened in the town of Sin. You approach, there's two big kind of doors almost into the main hall, unnecessarily large. Like nothing that enters this place is tall enough to require such a tall door on either side, but either way, there for the look, I guess. They kind of open up. There's a guard on either side that kind of takes the handle. They open it up and it kind of opens facing you. They kind of pull it back and it reveals this really fancy kind of main hall on the inside. It stretches up what appears to be 4 or 5 stories tall on the inside, and there's grand windows on either sides. The intricate black stone architecture with white accents gives a really kind of fancy aura, a very lavish kind of feeling as you approach. The floors are done up in a whiter stone, not quite a marble, but you could mistake it for that. There's a big table in the center, bunch of chairs on it. There's a couple people moseying throughout. They appear to be laborers of the Citadel. Some of them are visitors. There's some what appear to be maybe mercenaries of some sort, or some sort of unofficial muscle, just kind of occasionally spread throughout. And at the very end, on the very far side, you see 5 fairly grand kind of seats. I wouldn't call them thrones, but it's a pretty important seating arrangement, one that you can only imagine is for the 5 council members of the Mystic Council. And in 4 of them, the first one on the left, the center one, the second one on, or third, I guess 4th one from the left, and 5th one from the left. So the second one from the left is the only empty one. The other 4 are filled with various people sitting about, who you assume to be council members. You follow Mystic J as he enters into the Citadel and kind of walks to the left of the table, kind of motioning you guys to continue following as he approaches. You eventually reach this kind of area that appears to be designed with the intent of anyone approaching the council. This is kind of where they stand, where they make their thoughts known, whatever they're here to say or ask or anything like that. And you kind of stand in this open clearing as the council looks down. Not too far down, but they're a little elevated from where you stand. You see the first one on the left. The first one on the left is a woman, an Ezeru woman, who has blonde hair that towards the tips of it fades into a greenish color. Not a dark green, but little bit more of a vibrant green, comparable to maybe the color of grass in a healthy forest. And then to the right of her is the empty seat, you assume to be Mystic J's seat. And in the center one, you see a fairly older individual, a Ezra man with a kind of darker beard that goes and kind of covers the neck, but doesn't go much further than that. It's starting to gray in some sections a little bit. And he appears to be maybe twice the age of Mystic J. Maybe not quite, but close. Definitely the oldest one of the individuals in the seating arrangement. And to the right of him, on the fourth one from the left, you see another woman. And this woman is another one of Ezeru origin. However, what's different about this woman is that the hair color at the tips don't change color. She's got jet black hair and a kind of curly appearance, and it's completely black all the way down. Nothing really of note outside of that with this woman here. No fancy coloring or anything like that. She appears not young, but not quite middle-aged yet. I wouldn't say, somewhere in between. And then finally, on the right side, the far right seat, you see another man. This one kind of fairly tan. He's got dark hair that kind of comes down, not quite long enough to pass like to the neck, not quite that long, but it's kind of a medium length. Goes from this darker color and fades into a red. And when it fades into a red at the tips, it's a red comparable to that of maybe your average apple. It's a pretty vibrant red. And other than that, in appearance, anything like that, that's all you really gather with these individuals sitting at the table. And Mystic J will kind of stand in front of you guys as he addresses the council. Fellow members, I've returned with some grave news indeed. And they kind of adjust how they're sitting a little bit, people in the chairs, and they kind of are ready to maybe ponder what's about to be said. They're taking an active interest, right? They're aware of their fellow council member approaching and know to take this more serious than if it were just a commoner bringing something to their attention. Mystic J will continue. As you know, I had gone to visit the town of Sin to do some catching up with an old friend of mine, and of course, escort our friend Pipra here to the Mystic Library. While there, the town was attacked. You see the council members kind of give each other a look. Some of the crowd in the main hall, some of the various people that catches their attention. And everyone kind of directs their attention to your group as this is being told. It's, you know, the word attacked was like a streak of lightning that shoots through the room and causes a loud crash. It is jarring because the war has not found Meritea up to this point. So after this pause, we'll continue. The town was attacked by 2 archers, I believe it to be, maybe more, raining fire upon the innocent citizens. And shortly thereafter, a ship was commandeered and crashed into the harbor, set ablaze at a vicious, roaring flame that burnt down a handful of the buildings nearby to the water. I couldn't make full sense of the situation, but from what we did gather, he's going to motion towards Tormund to give him the patch and the things he got from the bag. Okay, he's going to grab those, and he kind of holds them up in front of him. From what we did gather, they appeared to have been forces of the Acrylic Empire. And there's another pause. They kind of give each other looks again. And then the one in the center speaks up. The Acrylic Empire? Down here. And Mystic J kind of takes a second and replies, well, it seems pretty outlandish to me too, but these colors, this patch we found, their uniforms they were dressed in, they all tie back. These are the Acrylic forces, unfortunately. And you can see as like this feeling of almost appearing to be maybe despair kind of washes over his face, and he kind of, as he says it, and his words trail off.
I can vouch for every word. I can vouch for every word this man says. It was me and it was Pipra ourselves that rescued them from this force of what can only be described as invasion.
The center council member who had spoken up turns his attention towards you. And who might you be?
Hera Goldcresian. I was previously in Sin, the town which was attacked, working as a library tender. It was entirely unfortunate that I found myself at the site of the attack. However, it was I and our party here present that were able to fend off these attackers eventually.
Of the town of Goldcrest. Interesting. Well, any resident of the town of Goldcrest is always welcome here. And he looks over to Pipra.
I won't correct them.
He looks over at Pipra. And, of course, Pipra, we've already met, looks over. You're muted.
It is good to see you again.
He nods and turns his attention to Darcy's. And he'll say, and of you. This is an interesting conundrum as what of an elf so far south here in the lands of Meritea?
I was on my way to just to and from Sin, the city of Sin, and I came into contact with these people, this party of folks who look like they had been in battle. So I'm just tagging along. My no notions to me.
Very well. And then he directs his attention at the two macabre men.
Oh boy.
If I am to understand this correctly, the Acrylic forces attacked Meritea. Now, to the two macabre men, how do you find yourselves here in Meritea? Forgive me for jumping to conclusions here, but last I heard, the macabre of the north are a part of the Empire, and, well, you can see where my dilemma here is.
They are. I myself have only been here for barely even a day. I was dragged here against my will. I don't know what happened. I was dragged here by the brother of Tormund over here, together with my own brother after we were wounded during a battle. And
I can vouch for their prowess as warriors.
he's gonna kind of give a pondering look, just kind of reading into what Kavian's saying.
And I don't know if it helps, but I'm a traitor of my own people now. I killed my own horses, my own men, my allies.
He's gonna look over to Pipra for he's giving a look of like almost doesn't trust Kavian and wants to hear it from somebody who he has met.
You put me on the spot. I can attest for them in battle. They showed no aggression towards us since the moment we met them, and only towards the intruders of the Acrylic Empire.
Furthermore, I saw Kavian in particular risk his own life and take an arrow through the shoulder just to save a resident of Sin during the attack. If that doesn't speak for the nature of Kavian at the very least, then, well, I have no words. Shall I roll persuasion on that, or?
With advantage, because I'm helping.
Oh yeah, of course, because I've got a +4 on persuasion.
I don't think you'll need to roll. He's gonna go ahead and nod, and then he looks over at Thaleri, and he doesn't really say anything, but makes it known that he kind of looks in that direction as if to question.
Eyes narrow. And he says, "You want us on your side."
He kind of gives a look of, didn't expect that, but okay. Fair enough. And finally, he turns his attention to Tormund. And when his eyes land on Tormund, they kind of narrow a little bit, and then he kind of sits back, and he gets a thinking look on his face. End of view at Tormund.
Name's Tormund. Residing in the capital, born and residing in the capital city of Bassator. I was in the city of Sin visiting my brother and staying for a little bit when we met these two fine macabre gentlemen and healed them to health, and was through circumstance happened to be in the same place at the same time during the battle.
Roll a persuasion check.
Should it be persuasion or deception?
Do...
Because
Go ahead and do persuasion.
Doesn't matter. It's +6 either way, baby. Let's go.
Nice.
Don't
Watch it be a 7.
Don't roll that one.
Did you?
Natural 1. You rolled a natural 1.
I hate it here, dude. It's a rough day. Come on, I have COVID. Give me a break.
Natural 1. All right. He's gonna sit there. He's gonna give you a pondering look, and he's kind of staring through your soul at this point, just shooting you beams with his eyes, and he's gonna kind of glance up, and he looks somewhere off behind you, and he kind of does like a motion with his eyes, almost kind of moves his head in a way, and you can you kind of get the feeling that people were just alerted to maybe keep an eye on you. You feel as though didn't really go over well. They don't really trust you. You got to be careful. And I'll say, Pipra, as you are kind of watching this happen, you kind of glance over and you can see out of your peripherals some of the unofficial muscle in the room had just positioned themselves a little closer to Tormund. They kind of they're just watching. They're not doing anything, but they're definitely aware of
notice
his
this.
presence. Pipra's the only one that actually sees them move.
Okay.
the rest of you guys, you kind of get the idea that he doesn't trust him, but
My passive's pretty high, so
as
Partly.
Not.
after that happens, he's the man in the middle is going to kind of give you all one more look, and he's going to stand up out of his seat. And as he stands up, it's pretty similar to what you might see or what you're familiar with in Mystic J in terms of the outfit, but instead of a white cloak with the blue kind of intricacies and details, it is the cloak of his is black. He has a black cloak, and there's these kind of white and lighter gray kind of details going throughout. It's different than the rest, who all have white cloaks, and you can kind of tell, especially as he stands up, that this is maybe the important one of the bunch. You know, if it ever comes down to one person, this might be that guy. And he offers up, after giving you guys all kind of one final look, just to kind of sum up everything and get an idea. Well, I'm Mystic Zurin. And of course, as you've probably already been told, this is the Mystic Council of Meritea. We oversee the province and all of its doings. The information you've brought forth, and of course, bringing Mystic J back safely, is invaluable. If you would allow us to take the rest of the evening to mull over this information and discuss a adequate payment for your services, and return first thing in the morning to hear what we've come to, and of course collect your reward. That would be most desirable. He's going to kind of pause and wait for anyone to reply.
I'm just going to nod my head and go, well, thank you for hearing us out. The information would have reached you sooner or later, but I'm glad it reached you in the hands of friends.
Okay. He's going to nod. Then he kind of turns to the others that are sitting down, and he gives like an upward motion with his hand, and they kind of rise and start to make their way behind the seating arrangement. There's a kind of door that leads through the back wall of this main hall, and can't really tell where that door goes, but they assume that's maybe where they do some of their talking and strategy and stuff like that, and they kind of make their way over there. He follows suit, and Mystic J turns to the rest of you and kind of gives a little bow. Thank you, friends, for getting me here in one piece safely, and well, guess we'll see you here again first thing in the morning. He goes into pocket and reaches out or pulls out a little almost like a pen of some sorts, maybe like a quill. There's no feather, anything like that. It is this long metallic kind of navy blue type of thing, and you're not really sure what it is. He pulls it out, he kind of looks at it for a second, and he goes over and he hands it to Pipra. Here, it's the least I could do personally for all your assistance. As for how to use it, when to use it, well, it's one of those things that will come in handy when the time is right. He turns and he hurries back to follow the others.
Thank you.
As you hold this in your hand, you're completely unaware of what it is. At first you thought it could have been a quill or something to write with, but it doesn't appear to have any ink or anything like that. It's just this odd metallic navy blue thing. Not really sure, but all you know is
Can
what
I
he
have
told
a
you.
look and see what if I recognize it at all, or?
You can take a look to see if you recognize it.
Sure, yeah. What shall I roll?
Roll an investigation check.
Investigation. That would be a 17.
17. Well, as you take it in your hands, or rather you approach and kind of look at it for a little bit to kind of offer up any explanation, it is unlike anything you've ever seen before. You don't really recognize it, or what it could be related to, what it might be used for. It's completely foreign to you.
Can I Arcana check it?
You can Arcana check it.
Eight. I rolled a stinking 2.
You study
Oh,
it,
no.
and you kind of look around, and you're trying to make anything of it, but as far as you can tell, it doesn't have any magical properties. Seems like some weird, ordinary, metallic thing. You guys
I
hear
will
as...
take it and just stick it in my belt.
Okay. You guys hear as the door closes, and all of a sudden, all of the Mystic Council members are moved from the room. There's just the others moseying about at this point. You are left to your devices.
I don't know about everybody else, but different city. We have no responsibilities until tomorrow morning. It's the evening time. I think it's the perfect time to get a drink.
I could
catch up.
not agree more.
We could have died today. We deserve a drink. We deserve this.
Oh, we deserve more than one. After the work we put in, I'd say that it's more than valid to celebrate our achievements.
Pipra, you seem to know the place. Where are the best bars in the land?
Well, I mainly enjoyed the food here. I'm not much of one for too much drink. Only here and there on special occasions.
Well, I think today's a special occasion,
history?
Pipra. We could have
History check.
died.
Tell me where the food is.
History check.
17.
Oh, nice.
No,
So,
Pipra's got
You know
some-
your food. You know your food.
From your first visit, you remember the very building, that larger kind of centered building nearby to the entrance of the city, the stables. You remember that you had visited that very place. And it is called the Umphrey Cavern, where you enjoyed a really good meal last time you were here. It's the only place in the city of that style that you're aware of.
I will start walking towards the door, motion them to follow me, and say, I think I know just the right place.
Pipra, before we leave, I'm very sorry to darken the tone. This city, I've never been here before in my life. Would you say there are, this palace of sorts? It's beautiful, but is this how everyone in this city lives? Are there those on the streets destitute while people live in this palace in luxury?
History check.
We're just history checking with my +6. 21.
So,
All the deets.
from what you remember on your last visit here, the majority of the city is appearing to be, at the very least, fair off. There is no real struggling areas of large poverty or anything like that. However, there is a notable difference in some of the more noble-like people and more of the citizens kind of on the lesser end, not quite in poverty, but somewhere kind of in that middle range. It's overall a fairly well-off city. Everyone here is, for the most part, definitely not starving.
Gotcha.
Well, in hearing that, I'd like to stop eyeing up the silverware.
Okay.
I wasn't going to steal the knives and forks.
Okay.
I kind of look at you
Well,
and see you put your hands in your pockets and away from the silverware and just like, okay, well, let's go get that drink.
let's go
Lead
and get
the
that
way.
drink.
What was
Lead
the
the way.
tavern's name again?
What's that?
What was the tavern's name again?
The Umphrey Tavern.
Free.
Umphrey.
This is the Umphrey Tavern. I did visit it on my last trip here, and it was quite nice. So I guess this is the best place to go.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna follow them. Yep.
We all head over.
Yep.
I look over to Kavian and I'm gonna be like, well, I'm gonna look at everyone and be like, first round is on me for a successful battle together. And then I look at Kavian and be like, I'm getting you a drink to where you don't feel both of your shoulders.
Oh, no.
Because you need it, my good friend.
Give me 5 drinks and I'll call it a deal.
We just hear Larry's stomach growl, and a big steak for him. He put in lots of work.
I'd like to motion to the bartender, just very, very snappily. I'd like to go, bartender, a word, please.
So, we'll get to that in a second. I do want to describe how it looks.
Yeah.
Theo, go and wait. We teleported in Theo's mind.
As you guys approach the tavern, and you kind of walk up to the front doors, and you see it says Freight Tavern right above the doors, and lit up. At this point, the sun is just finishing this set. It's mostly dark out. People still moseying about, as it's not all that late. And you kind of enter through the doors, and as you enter through the doors, you see in front of you is a sprawling mass of different tables and chairs, and there's a bar over on the far end where you might find a bartender. Just to your right, as you walk in before you enter the room with all the tables, there's a staircase that heads up to a second floor, and in some areas throughout next to the walls, a couple next to the main door, there's some barrels, some crates, just miscellaneous type stuff, kind of clutter, if you will. And at some of the tables, you see a fairly packed house. It is a good bit of activity. It's prime hours for the tavern right now. People are just kind of bustling about and just doing their thing.
Right when we get in, I would like to just look at everyone. See if anybody rings a bell, if you know what I mean.
Roll a perception check.
All right, thank you. I was rolling better with +0s than I was with my +6. Come on.
Let's go.
16.
Not bad.
Not bad. So, as you look around and you kind of study the various people in the tavern, you don't really see anyone that strikes a memory or any resemblance to anybody you're familiar with. For all you can tell, just a bunch of strangers.
Okay. Well, let's get the biggest booth. What kind of drinks do you want? I'll go up to the bartender and get it. So I'm gonna point at everyone. What does everybody want?
I'll take mead.
Regular
of this.
mead. Looks at Pipra.
I don't know medieval drinks.
Mead, ale, wine, grog.
You want something? You want? I'll get you something to knock you right off your feet.
I'll let you pick then.
Look over at Kavian.
Largest I'll take maybe a cask of ale for this entire one.
I'm sorry. A cask?
Yeah. And is that an issue?
You did say you were buying him a drink.
I'll see how much it is.
Enough to make him not feel his shoulders.
I'll see how much it is, but don't be sad if I come with just a tankard to start, my good friend.
Can
get Flatery.
Larry literally just pull out the mug out of nowhere and be like, just fill this up or something?
Did you bring the mug this entire way?
Oh yeah.
You guys,
yeah.
I would say you guys don't have the mug. It was way too big to take with you.
Thank God.
It was
I
way
want to
too
roll
big.
another strength check.
Okay. I'd like to go with
mug.
I'd like to go with Tormin up to wherever they're ordering from.
Well, Flatery,
Ale as
just
well.
regular ale, and then I look at Darcy's and our
Um,
newest member.
just a fruit wine, please.
A fruit wine. Ooh,
Yes,
perfect
the
for
fruitiest
summertime.
of wines.
The fruitiest of wines, perfect for the summertime.
We do love fruity here.
All right, Hera, let's go. You walk up.
Let's away.
Bartender, who am I looking at?
As you approach the bar, kind of on the far side, towards one of the edges, kind of talking with some others, you see. To your surprise, you see an elf tending this bar. And this elf is, from what you can tell, this elf is a kind of middle-aged man. He's got some brownish hair that's ever so slightly starting to show age, only a tiny little bit. And it's fairly long. It kind of comes down shoulder length. He's got it kind of tucked behind his elf ears, kind of hold the hair in place. Goes down, and he's got a light kind of scruffy stubble going on, little unkept facial hair, and the skin appears to be slightly tanned, ever so slightly tanned. That is what you gather from the appearance. As you guys approach and motion him over, he turns his attention and hastily makes his way up to you guys. Ah, you guess what can I do for you?
We just got into town. Would like, and I say the list. I say the list back to the bartender. On top of that, how much for a whole cask of
You're
ale?
gonna have to repeat that list, buddy. I'm gonna make you do it. You're gonna have to tell me
Okay,
everything you want.
We were going. For me, I would like one of your finest Fireball whiskeys. For my lovely compatriot to my right, nice mead. We would also need the fruitiest of summer wines you have on tap currently.
As
We
you
would
say
also
that-
like.
As you say that, he kind of gives you a look as if like you want like thinking it's for you. Kind of gets this look in his eye.
No, not. I point back to the group I obviously came from. I'm getting it for a group. Why would I get a
Roll persuasion.
I would like a regular standard ale, and then 2 regular standard ales, and then also what would be the pricing for a whole cask of ale on top of that?
He kind of gets this look. He's like, "Did I hear you right?"
Listen, I'm just trying to find out what the price is,
Uh,
and then we will go forward. How what would be the price for all of that, and what would be the price for that? But instead of a cask of ale, just a third ale.
Oh, well, without the cask, it's probably 8 gold. With the cask, well, I've never had to sell a cask to a customer. Anyway, call it 15 gold just for the cask.
Oh, I mean, listen,
Cody, have you
sir,
heard of
that's-
silver?
Huh?
Have you heard of silver? You put
Gold
everything
is
in
a little
gold.
steep.
Yeah, I know.
Sir, I have to say the
Don't
price is
forget-
right.
Don't forget where
What?
you are.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pri-
sorry.
Sir, listen, I come here for a very good time. I come here to enjoy myself. As you said, first person to buy a whole cask of ale. I think there could be a discount for this.
I think I can work this out for you here, Tormund, my friend. I'd like to motion towards the bartender, just like this, as I'm going to whisper something in his ear.
He's gonna give a confused look and kind of lean in a little.
Okay, I'm gonna whisper in his ear, and I'd like to do it so that Tormund can't actually hear what I'm saying, but like knows that I'm saying something. And I'd like to go 17 gold pieces, provided that the whiskey goes in the largest mug you have available. Is this acceptable to you?
That's 2 more gold than
Kinda
what he offered.
Glances his eye over and then back in and is like, yeah, that can work.
All right, then I'll slide over the 17 gold pieces. Then I'll just remove that from my inventory real quick.
Okay.
Do I see that it was 17 gold?
Make a perception check.
Oh my god.
You're trying to be sneaky.
2 more gold.
Hera, roll a sleight of hand check as well.
Sleight of hand. Okay, let me
That
do
is
that.
a solid 14 for me.
All right.
Well, I definitely got seen there.
8.
You definitely saw that it was exactly 17 gold. You saw every bit of the money get pushed over.
I'm like, my hand's kind of like, I'm like really trying to figure out.
The bartender turns and he kind of heads to the back to.
While that
I'm
goes
gonna
on, I just look at Hera. I'm like, Hera.
Don't worry, I've got something very special planned. Don't even worry yourself about it.
Okay,
Don't
but
even
it
worry
was
yourself about
the original price. I just want to know what you whispered to the man. The original.
He's
As,
doing
mean,
us
just
a big favor. A big favor.
as you guys
trust
are
me.
like
the inflation
arguing
nowadays.
back and forth, he comes back from behind and he's got this mug. He's got this mug in his hands that has 2 handles on it, one on either side, and it's like it's in the styling of like a barrel almost. It's like a wooden appearance. It's dressed up all fancy, and it's nowhere near the mug you previously saw, but it's it's definitely a mug for like a big person, and it's got 2 handles and it's just crazy. And he brings it out and it's like filled to the brim, and he kind of puts it on the bar, and then he turns and he heads back into the back room.
Well, that's obviously for Kavian, correct?
Well, you would think.
I look into it.
As you say that, as you're looking, he comes back out and he's got 2 more drinks, fairly standard in appearance, and he puts them down, but one of them just smells really, really fruity, and then he goes back.
Okay, Hera, here you go. Here you go. You grab these. I hand them off to Hera.
Okay, I'm in my hands.
So 1, 2. Here's Kavian's. We're still waiting for my whiskey.
I'd give that big drink a little give it a little bit of a look, a little sniff,
Okay,
to make sure that it's Kavian's,
I go over and I just give a little waft. What notes do I smell, DM?
You inhale so incredibly strong that these whiskey fumes just enter your nose, and you sniffed too hard because now your nose burns.
Oh!
Hey, bye-bye to your nose hairs.
Oh!
As you're doing that, you hear a loud thud, and then you hear another thud, and then you kind of see him like backing his way out of the doorway, and he's struggling, and he's like trying to pull this cask. He's like rotating it on either side, and he finally manages to get it like through the doorway where you can see what's going on. Then he kind of puts his hands on the door frame and like uses his feet to like push it back like past the counter into the open. Like with all of his strength, he's really struggling here. And he finally gets it clear of the counter and everything, and it's kind of out there in the open, and then he kind of shakes it off a little. He glances at the cask and looks back at you guys, and he's like, that's your guys' problem. And he turns and goes back.
How, if I look into the mug, how much is in this mug? Like, how much whiskey is this?
This is based on your average mug of whiskey they might have. This contains probably 4 times that much.
So it's like
There's
8
a lot.
shots of whiskey.
There's a good amount of whiskey in there. You could call that 8 shots.
Oh, I see. Funny. Well, watch this. I take it, I pick it up.
As you do that, he comes back out with the final drink and places it on the counter, and then goes back to talking with the others.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
bartender.
Thank you.
Very good of you.
He just
you,
kind
barkeep.
of does a motion with his hands because he's invested in talking with these people.
Was I able to pick up the mug fine?
You are able to. This mug is not as big as the last one. You are.
Performance
God.
check though. I want to see how well he picks it up. Like
I won't make you do a performance check yet.
I mean,
Yeah,
if you're
sure.
looking, you see a little bit of a shake in like the biceps, just a tiny bit, but only if you're like really focusing on that area of my body.
And I am looking intently to see how this goes.
No big deal. Okay, Cavian, Cavian,
Yeah.
your cask is over there.
Wow, Tormund, you deliver.
I
Get this
mean,
party started, shall we?
Certainly someone does.
I just go on over and try and pick it up.
how does Cavian pick
Roll a
up a whole
strength
cask?
check.
You just
the shoulders.
Please,
I'm just
please.
waiting.
Ah,
why?
20.
Oh.
Dirty 20.
That works, yeah.
Oh,
So-
why not?
As you walk over, you kind of have this intent in your mind of, you may be in pain, your shoulders may be entirely scuffed, but nothing's gonna stop you from drinking all of this. So you go over and you kind of work yourself up a bit, and you kind of give it a bear hug, and you go to stand up, and it picks up, and you're struggling. It ain't easy, but you're kind of hugging it against you, kind of leaning back a little, and you slowly like waddle it back in the direction that you guys are aiming to sit.
I
Drink?
would
Yes? No?
Of course. I'm making my way back. I've got the rest of the drinks in arm. I'm just balancing them. One close to me, one here, one like this, one there. And I'm making our way back, and I just lay them in front of everyone. I go,
On your way back.
Oh.
On your way back, roll sleight of
Right.
hand.
I'm rolling sleight of hand, oh god.
Oh no.
Okay, that is an 11, so we are okay. I struggle,
You're
but yeah.
struggling. You're really focused. You're really nervous. You're trying not to drop it. You almost do, but you don't, and you make it over, and you're good.
Waddle away,
If
waddle.
even a drop falls out, I use shape water to put the liquid back in the cup.
I mean, I don't know how sanitary that might be. I don't know when the last time
I'd
they
catch
cleaned
it
these floors.
before it hits the floor. Like just
There's some more
midair.
bending going on
Oh
there.
no,
so-
I think I saw a few drops.
There
make contact.
was no drops that actually exited the cup.
I'm just
Oh.
that good. So
I was also gonna say if there were, I'd put them in your cup, Tormund. You could have the floor.
I see it as it like moves in the air. I just kind of swat it away. Back! I
that
say.
foul beast.
All
I
right, well,
shape it into a mug.
how do you shape a drop into a mug?
Okay, like if I had more, I would shape it into a mug.
I am
and
holding
then
this
freeze
mug
it.
perfectly fine. As you see me just holding it like this, and it's slightly shaking, and then like I'm kind of like a geriatric patient, like slowly just.
I'm just gonna chug.
No. I'm not trying to die tonight. Well, with with drinks in everyone's hand, and well, I look at Kavian. Oh, yes, everyone's hand. A toast to a new group, to new adventures, to whatever the heck comes next. Huzzah!
Cheers to
You
that.
both gotta come to me.
Huzzah.
I can't move this thing.
I'm gonna just like tap my mug, a smaller mug, against that big cask. I'm just gonna go.
Same.
Did my wine come in like a more fragile wine glass-esque wine?
The bartender poured it in just an average mug and
Okay.
didn't really get fancy with it.
Okay.
But you can definitely smell it. It smells very different from the rest.
Okay.
Once we're done toasting and everything, I'd like to buy some food.
Will you allow me to, like, with any water around or moisture in the air, just make a little umbrella to top her fruity drink?
That's cool.
And just freeze a little umbrella that sits there.
Oh, wait
Roll
a minute. I
performance
can
check.
Oh no! you're
I
gonna
can
make me
actually
roll.
do something for this. So there's a spell I have, I'm pretty sure.
Oh no, you're gonna.
Prestidigitation. Prestidigitation. Thank you, it's that one.
Prestidigitation.
It lets, one of its abilities is that I can create a non-magical trinket that can fit in my hand. So I'd like to just snap my fingers, and suddenly there's a little umbrella there, and I'd like
there
to
you
go,
go.
for you, our newest member, and then just
Thank you.
boop right in there.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna. There's no actual button to cast it because it's a cantrip, but that's what I do.
Okay.
Well, now that we got drinks, I mean, here's the thing: it's a new party. It's new members. I think I have a little game that we could play to.
I would like to
Get
point
to
out
know it.
while you're explaining this, Kavian is still holding the barrel just up to his chest. It's not open yet. It's just
I'm
still
just gonna
holding
help
it.
him.
Would you like a
I'm
wee
gonna
hand with
help
that,
him.
Kavian?
I'm just gonna put it on the side on the table next to it, so it's like
Yeah.
on the side, and I go down on my knees and just pop open the hole and then just chug it, let it pour into my mouth.
Does anyone have a large loop-de-loop straw?
Can I that again? Am I okay? I into existence, loop the loop straw. It has multicolors on it, like you can see the multicolored bits, and it loops and it loops, and you can tell that when it does that, you'll be able to see all of the drink coming out as they drink it. So I'll just like and give that to them.
Okay.
Well,
Right.
that's handy. Thank you.
Is everybody up for a little game?
I am
always
hungry.
up for a little game.
Okay, here's how it goes. And I pull out a bag of dice and hand a die to each person. Here's how it goes. We are all going to roll. Whoever has the highest roll gets to ask a question about the person who got the lowest roll. And you have to end the question with, "What is up with that?" And so and after the explanation, we all say cheers and we take a drink. It's just a way to get to know each other. Sound like a plan?
All right,
Sure.
I'm in.
I'll take that.
Is this a D20?
Just a regular D20 roll.
Okay.
Don't know how you do a regular D20 roll on.
So see the little button to the very left of your screen that's the D20. If you click that, you'll be able to just roll a D20, like to everyone, like that.
I'm gonna just roll animal handling because it's a D20, but it's a +0.
Okay.
I got a 5.
Ooh. I got an 8.
And Kavian got a 19.
Yeah.
All right, Kavian, you get to ask a question to Pipra. It could be anything about Pipra. Anything.
Flavery didn't roll yet. I don't know what's going on with Flavery.
No.
Wait.
You
Oh,
can go higher.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
So, Kavian, you get to ask a question.
sure
It
we
could
got
be
everyone.
anything about Pipra.
Oh,
And you
God,
have to end the question with, what is up with that?
All right. You seem a little too friendly and well known
no.
to these people. I don't know. You just something seems a little off. I feel like everyone has a dark side to them. Everyone. But you don't seem like it. So what is up with that?
What is up with that indeed?
Very good question.
The people I'm around are not the ones that I have issues with. So I have no reason to show a darker side to them.
Oh,
And
right.
huzzah indeed! We take a drink.
Skull.
And that's basically how you play the game. Would you like to continue?
I'm up for more. I liked it.
Another round then.
Another round. We'll play a
Please.
couple more.
As,
time I'm
as,
gonna do an
as you
insight.
guys say that, bartender walks up to you guys. Would you guys like any food?
Yes,
Please.
please.
I'll take some food.
We've
What
got
do you
some,
have?
got some very popular dishes here in the city. Well, what do you like?
What do you have?
Well, I'll answer that based on what you like.
You can see him just tense up.
Now,
May I, from my being here before and kind of knowing the menu,
Mm-hmm.
name something that the Larry will probably like?
Roll a history check.
Then
10. All right. So
Meat,
you
bread,
don't remember a
sausage.
specific name of any one particular thing, but you do remember that there is a good selection of different meat-based, very hefty dishes.
I will suggest the meat and taters.
Meat and taters.
Something like that is what I'll say.
He
The
kind of
biggest meat dish you have.
he kind of he glances at you for a second, and then as soon as he kind of makes eye contact with you, he's like, okay, yep, and he just moves on, waiting for
Soul
someone
read.
else.
Understood.
Yeah.
I would love just a regular bowl of your soup, please.
Any soup?
Your favorite one.
My favorite. Oh well, okay, I can do that.
I'll take likewise. I'm always a fan of the local soups.
Very well.
You can just bring me your most medium-sized plate of potatoes.
Okay.
Straight potatoes, I like it.
Straight potatoes, nothing else.
Great starch.
And potatoes. Very well.
No.
Do you have any northern meats of sorts? Talking elk, deer, wolf. I'll eat wolf.
Well, we don't have it in wide array. It is a little more on the pricey end, but we do have some.
I just
Davian
told me your
is here to
finest
spend
meat.
money.
Tormund said he's paying, didn't he?
Before you can even reply, the bartender is like, okay, elk it is then.
I said I was
Well-
buying drinks. You
There's
know,
liquid in meat.
He looks over at Pipra as if to.
I'll take some rabbit stew.
Right. Very well. He scurries off with a quick manner.
In my town, when you buy a man a drink, you buy a man a meal.
well, are we in your town?
It's custom.
Anyways, back to the game. I believe, based on the dice of the roll, I believe Hera gets to ask a question to Darcy's.
I believe that may be right.
Hera, what would you like to ask to Darcy's?
So, Darcy's, you've been lovely to us thus far. You've Well, I believe Tormund's reaction to your berries speaks for itself, does it not? Well, where have you been all this time? What's up with you appearing out of nowhere? What were you doing in the vicinity of Sin? What's up with that?
Yeah, what is up with that?
What is up with that is a good question. You see, I go to Sin frequently to I have a question for the DM. Is there a magic shop in Sin?
There's a magic library.
There's a mystic library.
There's a mystic library. I go to Sin often to ponder the books, the spell books, and the healing herbal books. But I go late in the evenings and leave usually around the time of day that you found me, and that is why you've come across me. I like to linger in the darkness because of the people who are looking for me. I don't like to be around big groups.
That would certainly explain why I've never seen you before. I've worked at that library for around a month now, trying to make ends meet.
Yes, I like to keep to myself. This is not like me to group up with a large group.
Well, certainly, we've loved having your company.
It has been joyous to be around you. Huzzah!
Another round?
Another round.
Another round, another roll. This time I'm going to do...
When you say another round, somebody from across the room, like another patron's just like raises their cup and they're like, another round! And then everyone else starts like raising their cups and everything.
No, everyone, you can calm down.
And then
doing medicine
when you say calm down, he slams his cup on the table and he stands up and he looks at you. And he's just looking at you. He is...
I have no quarrels with you, sir. I'm just having a game. I wanted to ask if another round of the game that I'm playing with my mates.
All right, y'all both got ones. Gonna need y'all.
Why was Tormund's a medicine check?
Because I can't find the regular D20, so I'm just kind of rolling anything with a +0 modifier.
Yeah, I was just clicking the little dice icon in the corner in the bottom left, and then selecting D20.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, and then you just hit roll to everyone.
I'm a boomer, okay? I'm sorry. All right, so it's
you click that and then click roll to everyone.
All right, I guess Larry and I have to re-roll. Did I roll?
Did you click roll to everyone?
Oh, roll to everyone. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
It's an 11. And
it is a 14.
Oh.
So
Kavian asks Tara.
Yeah.
Oh.
Damn, okay.
What do I have to
it would be it'd technically be Kavian asks Thalerine, because
yeah, technically we're having the lowest roll to see which one of them goes.
Because
I
feel
totally
like
missed that. Yeah.
I'll have Kavian ask me a question because I feel like that's more interesting since, they're brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do I know about you that I've not already known?
There are
Such
things.
many deep, dark secrets, brother.
Yes.
Look,
He does.
I don't know what to
mistaken me. What's up with that?
Torment. So, why do I have to ask all the questions? What's up with that? Why?
You're rolling the highest.
Torment, why?
You can take suggestions from everyone on what to
ask. We could. If you don't know what to ask, you can ask the party.
Yeah.
Oh, well, any questions for Torment here?
What's up with not buying a meal with a drink?
That's a good one. Yeah, I'm asking that.
It feels like a waste of a question, but very simply, this is a rich pub and I don't have a lot of money.
I'll
Simple
go
enough.
halfers with your elk if you can spare some.
Would you like to ask another question? I feel like that one was pretty obvious.
As you say that,
All right.
the bartender approaches and just kind of hastily puts onto the table a plate of just potatoes. Just cooked potato. It's just potatoes. That's all. It's just cooked potatoes on the plate and 2 mysterious soups, and then walks away.
I believe that's our soups.
Lovely. But, Kavian, I'll let you have another question since I feel like that one was a pretty
Fine.
obvious-
I want to try my soup.
Or anybody in the party if you don't
You
have
know
one.
what? I have one.
Okay.
What is up with your brother kidnapping me at later, bring us far south? We had business up north, but you just took us. Is your brother? You just took us against our will.
Okay.
Does he have some childhood issues? What's up with that?
Two things. One, I don't know why my brother, if you remember and you might have been a little hazy from from waking up from a battle, but I don't know why. He's just a generally good man when he sees somebody hurt, whether in combat, whether of his own region or outside the region, whether friend or foe, he has a desire to help. Top of that, I wouldn't consider it kidnapping if you were on the brink of death. I would say that more of rescuing. I mean, wouldn't if a doctor noticed a child passed out in a burning building and took that person out of the burning building and nursed that child to help, you wouldn't say that the doctor kidnapped the child.
Well, he would certainly help the child get back home.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was going to be the next conversation we had. And then literally a war broke out in the city.
Seems like a
No.
good reason not to ask questions, no?
Fine.
I-
Next round.
Next round.
Huzzah, by the way.
As you guys are rolling,
Huzzah!
bartender comes back, and this time he's got another soup-looking thing, but as he places it down, you can see it's more of a stew. It's got like chunks of meat in it, and puts that on the table pretty hastily. And then after that, he has a second plate with him. He puts this one down, and it is a much fancier dish than the rest of them. You can see extra time was taken for this one, and it's got meat on it that is kind of more attention was made to it as it was being prepared and everything, and you could just tell it's a little fancier. And he puts that on the table, takes off, and heads back again.
Lovely, lovely. All right, looking at the rolls, it seems like I have rolled the highest. Huzzah, indeed. It looks like Hera, I get to ask you a question.
Of course, ask away.
Okay. No offense.
As you
Now
say
there
no
will be none
offense,
taken.
as you say no offense to your absolute surprise, bartender's back already, and bartender's like, "Oh, did I mess one of them up?" As he places down this massive platter, and it's just got meat. You don't know what it is. It's just meat, and it's a lot. And he just places
There we
it down.
go. He just tears
The
it.
soup is delicious, bartender. Thank you kindly.
Oh,
Yeah, nothing was directed to you, good sir.
right. Okay. He turns and hurries off.
He just tears into it.
Do
With
we,
his
need to bring
hands.
do we need to bring over another table?
Around,
Buddy them up.
Nom 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 nom.
As I was saying, no offense, but I don't know how to say, overwhelming positivity, almost to an extent of naivety. Very, very interesting. It seems that you trust everyone before even knowing them. What is up with that?
Naivety? Absolutely not. Now, you I trust. You've demonstrated yourself to me. I have reason to trust you in that, well, you didn't take advantage of the fact that under attack, you could have been anyone. You helped us. You helped those brothers over there. You helped them, you helped us, and I'm thankful for that. You've given me reason to trust you. And I do not take that lightly.
Understand with me, but I look over at Darcy's and no offense, Darcy's. I mean, we've just met you, but Darcy's could still be now a murderer. I'm not saying. I'm just saying it seemed like right off the bat.
If harm
And
was
I'm
her
not saying I don't
intent, she
trust
could
you,
have given
Darcy.
you a poison berry.
Could it? That is also true.
Also, who's to
That
say
is my
you
reason.
aren't with that logic?
Who says I'm not? We've only known
are
each
you
other for
saying?
less. We've only known each other for less of a day.
He was kind of hunched over
Um,
his plate, and now he just draws himself up and just gives you the most intimidating look.
Everyone relax. Everyone relax.
And
I
while
was-
we're on the line, who's to say that I'm not? I mean, of everyone here, I've learned quite a bit out of everyone's histories, shall we say. I pay attention to these things, after all. It's in my nature to. But aside from my name, I'm much of a mystery to everyone else.
Interesting. It's just very interesting. But I guess what I took as what I took as the naivety. I guess there is a perception of yours that I just do not see.
Now
Very
that's
interesting.
perfectly fine. No worries at all. As I said, none taken.
Should we do one more round?
Another.
One more.
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
He just no. It's like his mouth is like full.
I have rolled so in the middle or terribly this whole time.
Please get a 20.
19.
Where are you taking it? You haven't asked yet.
It's looks like
Yeah.
it's Thairine to Darcy's.
Yeah.
You could alter it so that somebody who hasn't had to answer has to answer one. So it could be the next lowest
Yeah.
if you want.
Let me think.
I'm okay with that. Who hasn't been asked?
I mean, you could even reverse it because I don't think
I think I'm the only one who hasn't been asked.
Larry.
Yeah, I've
and...
not had a.
Okay, so Larry
two brothers.
and Cavian haven't had to answer anything, so you could just switch it around.
Is everyone okay with flipping it just for a little bit of spiciness?
Yeah.
I do love a bit of
Nice.
spice. Let's go for it.
All right, Darcy's to Thairine.
Keep in mind, this is the 7-foot tall, hulking barbarian
Who
type.
doesn't like elves?
No, he's never said that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
necessarily.
The brother.
That was.
I'm
that was
sorry.
Thairine.
I get you two mixed up all the time.
And then now he's wearing this like imposing wolf cowl.
So,
Like it was
Larry.
once alive. Did you just call me Larry?
I did not call you Larry.
Larry.
Now I like that name.
Oh my gosh.
This is soup.
Anyways,
This
looking
is
at you,
too-
just looking at you, I'm just kind of giving you a look and looking deep into your like eyes while we're just kind of looking at each other as I'm
They're
thinking of a
golden, by the way.
question.
And
How was that?
wolf-like. They're golden and wolf-like, by the way.
Golden. Oh, very, very
What are
pretty
your eyes like?
Right.
He's staring back into them.
My eyes are green, like the
Okay.
forest, like a dark green. Anyway, so we're just staring at each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking deep at you, and I take this opportunity to, instead of asking you a posing question, to ask you, when was the last time that you relaxed and felt happiness? You seemed very tense.
Let me ask Cavian a question. Hold on. Hold on.
Was this DM question? Like,
What's up with that?
What's up with that?
What's up with that?
what is up with that?
Yeah, what's up with that 80
Also,
hour week you're working?
DM, have my plate of potatoes come?
Oh yeah.
That was the first one out.
Yeah, that was the first
Must
one.
have missed that. I've just been like sitting here like I'm waiting for my potatoes.
Meat and must do. Yeah, I've just been eating my stew and then just being like, huzzah.
Yeah.
Huzzah.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention he's got a scar going from his nose underneath his eye all the way to his ear. And he's just gonna point to it while still making eye contact and say, "Before I got this."
Okay.
Huzzah.
Closed off. Huzzah. I respect it.
Huzzah. All right.
That's all.
I think that was a
Huzzah.
wonderful game. I think we all got to know each other. Sadly, I don't think Kavian was able to be asked a question.
That's okay.
We'll crack you yet, buddy.
I have I have a spell that that cures wounds. Would I be able to use that
Yeah.
on our friend who doesn't quite trust me? If he would?
Well, do
Wait,
you
what's
reach out
happening?
and try and cure wounds?
Yes. Do I like need to roll anything? I'm asking
Might
for
want to
permission
say
first.
something.
You're gonna have to make sure he knows what you're doing. I mean,
Wait, what's happening?
I'm talking to him. I have a spell that could cure your shoulders.
Mm.
And if you will let me, I would like to reach out and just touch your shoulders. Like a double touch.
I'd like to assist with the persuasion here. I'd like to go, "Oh, Kavian, I'm familiar with this magic. It's of a similar branch to the one I used on you earlier. You're in no harm."
I mean, if you ask me, the bard here threw a perfect spell. With a few coin, he just got me Cask of Ale. It's a good spell, and I think it'll do me fine. But thanks for the offer.
I don't know if that was specifically and it wasn't really a spell, but yeah, you know.
Would you really rather continue our travels in battle with 2 bad shoulders?
It'll heal over time. I've had worse. It's nothing.
But have you heard of scar tissue? I read in these books that they can cause a lot of trouble over time and you'll lose movement in your shoulders. It's better to heal them sooner rather
roll a
than
persuasion
later.
check on that.
Yep.
I have no
Everyone,
plus
or
persuasion.
Just Pipra.
Okay.
I feel like they're all working
Oh, God.
together. She should have advantage.
Yeah, that was the 3 of us.
Take advantage.
Okay. Okay.
Fine, be quick, but if it's okay, I'd rather have Hera here do it. She's already done it once.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
So to cast this spell, Sam, you're gonna go on your character sheet, your spells section, in the big box on the right, a tab for spells.
I think it would be funny if they just like Darcy's
stand
kind of gets up
behind.
and stands behind,
And
and
then,
Hera
like-
comes over, puts like
Oh.
her hands on, and Sam, like Darcy, just sets her hands on Hera's head. So,
Yeah, that's
so I can't
William,
tell.
the power of friendship.
So-
Yeah, that sounds exactly like it.
Sam, you'll click on where it says cast next to cure wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Click on that, I do believe.
Yeah. Now what?
There should be something about just having used a spell slot, or you can.
There should
Check
be
it
there should be
manually.
in your spells. There should be like an effect, and it would say there would be like a box that says like 1d something, and you can click on that, and it will roll.
It'll
that.
roll how much you.
Oh, okay.
Like this. That was Magic
There we
Missile,
go.
of course, and that's definitely not the right spell, but that's what
Yep.
you'd do.
You did it.
There you go. All right.
Heal 4.
Kavian's already at full health, but now the shoulders are much better off than they were.
Alright. Oh. Hey, feel kind of good. Flay, give me let's do one of those arm wrestling things. I gotta try out this new shoulder.
Shoulders pops
Alright.
right back out.
All
arm
right,
wrestling.
okay.
Would that
Oh, good gravy.
Strength
21
goes
for
to
Kavian.
strength.
Yeah, just
Alright.
strength.
Oh my god, they both rolled the same.
They rolled
Both rolled
21.
21s.
Oh,
chat.
that was beautiful.
You guys go to do this arm wrestle, and both of you are like putting a lot into it, and like equally like surprised because you're just dead even. You can't get one way or the other, and you just give up after a while.
This is our version of arm wrestling, if you didn't know.
They're just sitting there
just do this.
grunting. We finish our meal.
Yeah.
We do this as a sibling bonding exercise. Why we're both so strong is we're just constantly.
You're constantly just
arm
doing that. "Ah!"
While this goes on, I'd just say like, well, it seems like we finished our drink and meal. It looks like we're gonna have to find some accommodations for the night. Pipra, do you know if this area would be a good place to bed? Is there a better place, more affordable place? What are we feeling for the night?
Rolling history? 19.
So as this is happening, Flary's gonna put his arm up and look at Tumnus, or not Tumnus, Tormund. Like, you wanna go? You wanna arm wrestle?
Who's next?
Sure, why not? Let's have some fun.
All right.
Okay. I'd love to join.
While they're rolling for their strength check, Pipra, you,
Oh my god.
you remember that there are various different places throughout, but they all kind of live up to. They all. We'll get to that in a second.
Chat, there's a 22 and a 2 just been rolled.
I can guess who rolled the 2.
They're all about of the same merit and quality. Whether you stay here or somewhere else, really doesn't
There's
make that much of a difference.
In upstairs, though.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And meanwhile, while you're remembering that, they go to arm wrestle, and within seconds of engaging in this arm wrestle, Flavry just slams Tormund's hand right on the desk.
You're supposed to
ease.
push back.
I glanced
No,
at
but
that.
You're
I mean,
supposed to.
I mean, the leverage and the angle of attack. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Do I take any
You could
damage from
you
that?
could lift
Yeah,
that
you
cup,
probably
and no one
won
else
before.
could. I figured.
As you guys are kind of talking this through, you guys hear as somebody is approaching your table, and it's kind of loud footsteps, and as you turn and you look, you see this very large individual, this Ezeru man who is taller than most other Ezeru people, and very bulky,
Most.
very strong looking, and this man approaches the table and drops a small little bag on the table and says, I'll wager this that you can't beat me in an arm wrestle. And he's looking at Flary.
Oh yeah. All right.
How much is in the bag?
What's that?
How much did he drop?
Roll a perception check.
I would also like to.
10.
Yeah, I'd like to independently roll a perception check for this.
I was just gonna perception check the dude himself.
Okay.
I'm not going for the dude. I'm going for the bag of money.
Okay.
I rolled a non-natural.
Okay,
20.
that would be
So,
a 17 for me on perception.
looking at the bag, Tormund, you're unable to determine how much is in there. It's not too much. It's not a lot at all. It's just some coin. When Hera looks at the bag, Hera's been involved with money up to this point, is kind of familiar, and you kind of are assuming that in this bag there is maybe 10 or 11 coins. You don't know what they are. Gold, silver, platinum, that could be anything. You don't know. There's like 10 or 11 pieces in there.
I'll pull out 10 gold and be like, I will see your bet. I have confidence in my compatriot.
Okay, so as for Pipra, kind of this individual, you don't see anything that strikes you as necessarily an immediate threat. This is a very big dude. He's very...
I'm more so kind of just checking to make sure he's going to play fair and doesn't use any magic.
From what you can tell, based on looking at him, he doesn't appear to have much magic ability. It kind of goes against the kind of Ezuru archetype in a lot of ways. More bulky, taller, doesn't appear to be familiar with magic all that much. Has a pretty notable long sword on his back. Looks kind of like a warrior of sorts, and somebody that just does a lot of drinking and gambling in taverns.
I will lean over to Flurry and say, "You got this."
All right.
So
does he have any gauntlets or anything like that on?
He has bare hands.
Bare hands. Awesome. We'll do this then.
I'm going to put my hand on Flayreen, hand over the ale, and be like, make sure you finish this first. And as I hand over the ale for him to finish, I'll cast Bardic Inspiration.
Yes!
Okay.
He throws it back.
D6.
Okay.
He throws it back.
Okay.
Pops that arm on the table. Looks the dude in the eyes. Hold on. Not done. Gotta roll the Bardic Inspiration. It's a D4.
A D6.
Did that roll?
I don't see a roll.
No.
There it
There's
is.
a custom roll coming.
Okay.
That's a 16 total, right?
Yep.
16 total.
16 total. All right. So as he pulls up a chair and he just kind of swings it around to sit down in it, and you guys are engaged in this arm wrestle, and everyone at the table, you're kind of all intently watching. You're curious as to how this is going to play out. There's the 10 gold from Tormund and the mystery amount in the bag that he plopped down there, and they're going back and forth. It goes a little bit in his favor and then a little bit in Flary's favor, and they're it's going on for a little bit. There's no clear advantage here. They're really going at it. There's starting to build up some sweat. They're starting to get intense with it, and he starts to get a little further, Flary's arm down, and a little bit more, and then he kind of glances up and meets eyes with Flary for a second, sees this like wolfish look in Flary's eye, and right as he sees that, a split second of kind of hesitation, and boom, his arm goes down, Flary's arm on top, all the way down to the table, and he kind of pauses for a second, and he like sits up, he sits back, and he's like, he's just kind of speechless, and so he doesn't say a word. He just gets up, puts the chair back, and he just walks off. He's just no words. He just walks off.
I thought I was gonna make a friend.
Was a pleasure playing with you, good sir.
And he
as I pulled my money back.
He doesn't even acknowledge.
You get the bet too.
I'll take the bet. Was it 10 gold?
So you open up the bag, and on the inside of the bag, you see 5 gold pieces.
Okay.
3 silver pieces.
Okay.
And a single platinum.
Oh.
I'll take the 5 gold and pass it over to Flayreen and say, like, I feel like you did a brunt of the weight Actually, I'll give the gold and the silver. I'll just keep the 1 platinum.
As
He's cool with
everyone's
that. He's never seen
settled
a platinum
down,
in his life.
I didn't even know that.
I'll just say if we're ready to turn in for the night, there's rooms upstairs we can try and get some, or there's plenty of places in town we can go.
As you say that, bartender walks up. Rooms? Did I hear rooms? And he's just like the nosiest
yes.
individual. Ah,
Do you
That's
have
right,
rooms
good sir.
available?
well, how many rooms?
How much do your rooms accommodate?
Well,
How many people
for
per room?
we have a couple options. Most of them are just single individual, but we have a couple for multiple, 2, maybe 3 in a room for some of the larger ones.
Probably about 5 rooms. I assume the brothers will like to stick together.
5 rooms.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
He looks around at all you guys to get a kind of confirmation.
I'm just gonna nod.
Very well. Well, let's see. With the food that you ordered, he's gonna kind of like talk to himself. Food that you ordered and these rooms, and you know what? For such lovely patrons, such as you fine folk, we'll just call it all food and rooms and everything. We'll just call it 10 gold.
Yep. I'm
Right.
cool with this.
That sounds like a plan.
All right?
Yeah.
Who's gonna give him the 10 gold?
I'll do it.
All right.
Do.
While this is happening, I'd like to go over to the man
Huh?
that I just beat.
Okay.
Try to make a friend.
Yes, I'm trying to make a friend. I put the 5 gold and the 3 silver back in the bag, and I walk over to him. I tap him. I like clap a hand onto his shoulder,
Uh-huh.
and I'm like, "You fought well," and I'm gonna give him that money.
He kind of opens his hand to get this, and he kind of looks up. He's like, no, I did not earn this. This is yours. He's gonna kind of offer it back.
How about we do it again?
He kind of thinks for a second. He kind of,
Winner takes it.
okay, again, and he proposes, what if we use our other arm?
Yeah.
I'd like to come over just to watch. I'm just gonna cheer them both on. Like,
Okay.
Do we do disadvantage or anything like that since it's the other arm?
You are not going to have disadvantage or anything like that.
Okay.
Ambidextrous.
ooh, nice.
I'm not really trying. Wait, no, I did that wrong.
Even worse. A
Or would
9.
I just add the 5 to the 6? I'm not really trying. I kind of want him to win. Like, I'm putting up a fight, but in the end,
as you go,
I want to let
to-
him win, but not really.
as you go to do this fight, you notice that with his other arm, it's a lot easier for you, and he's really struggling, and you're like trying to make it seem like a fight, and you're trying to make it real, and you're trying to seem like you're actually kind of going for it. Roll a performance check.
Oh.
Okay, 10.
Does that pass?
As you're going to do this, and finally after a couple moments, you have him, and then you just kind of let him get it over on you and try to make it seem as real as you can, and he ends up winning that, and he kind of sits up and kind of looks down at your hand and looks at his hand and looks back up to you and just kind of shrugs a bit and kind of reaches for the back of the money and kind of looks back up at you again and just light smirk on his face as he stands up from the table and moseys on over
I
to
wink at him
where he was.
before he goes.
All right, when you wink at him, he kind of double takes and then just continues off.
Then I'm gonna like stretch because I just did, and I feel like he would do that.
All right.
But one of those like full body. He's still sitting down, but where you like lean back and
Yeah.
put your arms over your head. Like, all right, who's ready for bed?
As you say that, bartender comes back and he's got
Bartender's on it.
5. He's got 5 keys on him, and he just puts them on the table. Doesn't really explain what keys do what or where. He just puts them on and hurries off.
Well, hand out the keys to everyone. Looks like we got our accommodations for the night. What time is it right now? It must be past midnight. I think it's time for bed. I think I'm going to stay for one more drink and then probably head up. But good night to you all.
Sounds like a good call. I'll join you for the
Now-
drink.
One thing I will not do is go without at least offering the rest of my party arm wrestling.
I'd like to take him up on that. I'd like to go. Now, you wouldn't want to be beaten by a girl, would you?
There are plenty of good female fighters. You just don't quite seem. I mean, Did I see the thing with the? I don't think I saw the thing.
I think I was
the-
out of the view with the car.
Yeah, but I mean, if you win, you win.
I'll arm wrestle as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait. Could Hera and I both take an arm and do this at the same
I
time?
just have my arm. Bet. This one's for whoever rolls first. Pipra, okay.
17.
And then that one's for Hera.
Hera got
Okay.
the off arm.
Oh my god. 50.
Hey.
Dang.
As you guys engage in this arm wrestle, and Valeri's got both hands out, one for each of you.
They have to be crossed for this to work.
And
So like,
oh wait, how would this? Yeah, whatever. Both hands are on the table, and you're going at it, and after a couple moments, there starts to be some struggle from Pipra a little bit. Valeri's getting over, and then Pipra kind of fights back a little, and while the attention is directed towards Pipra, this is when Hera takes the advantage and quickly, with haste, just down with Valeri's arm, and actually manages to get Valeri's arm onto the table. And as that happens, and Valeri notices that happen, Valeri's kind of thinking, heck, and just puts it all into the one with Pipra, and eventually works Pipra's hand down to the table, beating Pipra, but getting beaten by Hera.
I'm glad to fight alongside you. You're a
I'm
warrior.
glad to fight alongside you too. And I'm gonna take a big drink of my mead.
Yeah.
Kavian!
What?
Would you like to arm wrestle me, my good friend?
Of course, got new shoulders and everything. Gotta try them out.
Mm.
I'm gonna go for this.
Oh god.
Oh god!
as you guys go to as Kavian's kind of like, all right, whatever, sure, sits down, and you guys go to wrestle, and it couple moments pass of kind of in between, and then Kavian's just almost shrugs it off, and just kind of like, all right, and then just down onto the table with your hand.
Darcy's, I don't know what spell you gave Kavian, but it seems like his shoulders are perfect. Ready
Damn
for battle
right.
once again.
You did a very good job, Darcius. And I'm just
Thank
being
you.
very enthusiastic.
Does
Clearly,
Vivian now
drink gone to my
realize-
head.
At this point, Pippa has finished her drink, and she goes, "Hey, Sorman, who's in this?"
Just a standard ale. At least from what I know. I don't know. I'd have to ask the bartender what it was specifically. You okay there?
She's gonna pass out.
Oh my god!
Table. Just fall asleep whenever you look at her again.
Pick her up and sling her over my shoulder.
Note.
I'm just
I
gonna
look at the
roll
rest of
a-
the party. Note to self.
Roll a strength check on picking her up.
Note to self. Very lightweight. Next bar we go to.
She told us she doesn't drink.
Next bar we go to. She gets half of what she just got.
We'll tell them to add water.
Yes.
So
Good
Larry
idea.
manages to.
Or maybe we get her juice and don't tell her.
So Larry
I'd like to
manages
just
pick
slide
up
her
and
drink
just-
towards me and finish it off for her.
Okay.
Didn't even finish the drink. How much was left?
I said I finished it. I was like,
Oh,
as
sorry,
I
I'm sorry.
finish it.
I'm sorry.
I was just slurring my words and passed out.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Darcy goes to leave. She gets up to go upstairs to the room, and as she gets to the stairs, she stops and she turns around and she runs back to the table, and she picks a little umbrella out of the cup
Oh.
and she puts it in her bag and runs upstairs.
Oh.
All right.
All right. I'm heading over to the bar.
All right. Is everyone else? Have you all dissipated into your rooms?
I'm trying to get Pipra into a room.
All right. You've picked her up with
Successfully.
ease. Jesus.
I think I'm still with Tormund.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to tell hey bartender, can you keep this cask of ale safe for me till tomorrow?
He
I'll need to finish it tomorrow
kinda
morning.
looks over and gives a weird look, and he's like, "Sure, yeah,
Thanks. See you in the morning.
okay." And he just
I look into the cast to see how much Kavian drank. I'm kind of curious.
Kavian, roll a standard d20.
10.
It is halfway empty. He drank half of that thing.
I look in and then I look at him. I look back down. I look at him. And cheers. Lord. That is. If only I had the tolerance like you, my friend. All right.
In my sleep, I just go, huzzah.
I like to imagine you're doing that as Thairine is just like carrying you up the
Yeah.
stairs.
Oh my goodness.
Pass up. I look at the bartender. Whatever that ale was, could I please have that?
And he looks at you and he's like, yeah, and he just reaches under the counter and just pulls out a kind of glass, and he pours it into a mug and slides it down to you.
Just gonna slide my mug back to him and go, another mead, if you will.
As you slide it over to him, he kind of catches the handle of it in his kind of pointer finger and kind of swings it around, and you kind of are taken aback for a second, and on this like display that he
I'm just
kind of put on,
mesmerized entirely.
he swoops around, pours back on the counter, back to you, all while conversation with these other patrons.
Bartender's goated. This was just standard ale, correct?
Yep.
Nothing special. Nothing infused.
Last time I checked, nope.
Huh. Lightweight indeed.
Is
say that.
Pippa back in her room now?
I would say Larry has delivered Pipra to her room.
Okay. Well, before I hunker down for the rest of the night, I'd like to just pop in and on the floor next to Pipra,
Okay.
I'd like to leave a little drink.
No.
It's like water, but it's infused with some herbs to make whatever she might feel in the morning
Okay.
not affect her.
Thank
Fair
you.
enough.
I love Darcy.
All right.
This is the mom of the group. It's perfect.
This is
Yeah.
group up. Yep.
We needed a mom of the group after
Alright.
episode 1. So, Hera,
Oh,
Tormund.
how's the rest of the night?
Wow. That was certainly something. I haven't had a night that good in a while.
It was good.
As
It
you
was
say
good.
that, and as Tormund replies, "It was good," one of the other patrons down the bar kind of looks at you with this eye like, "Get a room," kind of look, and is like, scoots away from you guys a little bit, and is like, "Okay."
Oh man, it's. What do you think's gonna happen tomorrow?
Well, I'll tell you one thing that's for certain. Pipra is going to have one of the worst headaches we've ever seen.
Of course, hopefully, hopefully
one
Darcy's can do
ale.
something with that. But I was meaning more about just about all of this. I'm just curious to see with the Mystic Council and the Empire and the attacks. I wonder what we have to do with all of this.
Well, honestly, I hope we can stay out of the combat. It's been, and I kind of take a second to just recall, like, you can see my gaze go way, 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 way off. A year and a half. A whole year and a half. And then I kind of snap back to reality. It's been a certain while since I've had to do any major combat like that, and truthfully, I was hoping to avoid it, but if the need calls, I'm glad I'm with you guys.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that indeed. Just continue to drink. I'm keeping an eye on Hera. What is Hera? What is Hera's like alcohol intake meter currently? After
This
seeing
is my
this
third
air-
drink.
Roll
Third
a roll a insight check.
after the 1,000-yard stare. Oh, give me something good, please.
The 1,000
11?
yard stare was not because of the.
Yeah,
11.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
11.
11.
Where are you at, Hera? With it 11.
Well, I'm certainly not feeling it, but at the same time, it wasn't because of the alcohol that I had the 1,000 yard stale. It was much more to do with recalling some less than pleasant memories.
You okay?
Well, I'd say so. We've all got our paths, haven't we?
We certainly do. I think the past. I think the past we just need to leave in the past sometimes. But
I'm
yeah,
into that.
I think it's time for bed. And as I finish the ale, I need to ask the bartender just one thing. Do you mind if I just ask that in private?
Of course, I'll head up to bed. How about you? One last thing. What's tomorrow hold for you, O Tormund?
Well, hopefully a little revelry. Hopefully, some money. Maybe just another gigantic mug.
Now, I will cheers to that, and I down the rest of my mead and say, I'll see you in the morning, and then head up to my room.
Barkeep?
Yes. He
Listen,
makes his way over to you. You have his full attention.
I am first of all, I apologize. You've been unbelievable tonight with the food and the service. What is your name?
Well, people usually refer to me as Alman.
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 Well, Alman, you one of the best bartending experiences I have ever been graced. I did have a listen. I had a very personal question to ask. Now, as a bartender of a pretty popular city in this area, I feel like you see a lot of people around. I'm looking for someone. I don't have a name, but I have a slight description. Just I wanted to know maybe if you would be able to help me out.
He
If you've seen it.
kind of looks at you and eyes you up and down just a bit and kind of ponders for a second. Roll persuasion.
Hopefully I don't roll a natural 1. Oh, finally. That is oh God. 23.
23. Okay.
Finally a good roll.
Kind of looks you up and down and glances around for a bit. Well, we get a good amount of people that pass through here. Information's something that come across a lot. What can I help you with?
I'm looking for. And I kind of look back and I want to look back and forth to see if anybody is paying attention to us.
Make a perception check.
Or just kind of like, any attentive listeners that shouldn't be listening. Oh, yes, a 19.
19. When you glance back over your shoulder, to your right, don't really notice anything. You look to your left over your shoulder, you can see in the crowd of people, there appears to be one individual not facing you, hooded. You can't really tell who they are, what they look like. In this table, kind of almost leaning in a way, as if to maybe attune their hearing to what's going on. You're not entirely sure, but you get that feeling with this one individual as they're not engaged in any conversation with anyone. They're not actively drinking or playing a game, anything like that. They're just kind of sitting there, group of people.
I'm going to lean kind of to a point where my full back is facing that individual to try to block. I'm going to lean closer to Almond to get to be as quiet as possible. And I'll just be like, I don't know the name, but I'm looking for a female, Aberai female, medium height, medium build, a kind of a longer brunette wavy hair, specifically carrying she was carrying a cutlass, black handle, a silver blade with a little bit, if you pay attention to the blade, it has a little bit of a red design on it.
Well,
have you seen anyone like that?
Well, we get folk of all sorts in that various description. Aberai woman kind of ponders for a second and he replies, well, it's hard to say, as is clear. Southern lands of Blutora here, there's humans everywhere. As for a specific cutlass, I can't say that I recall a specific woman with such a cutlass, but I do recall a band of handful of individuals who all seem to use similarly described cutlass as a weapon of choice. They were here just for a single night, a week or so ago, maybe.
Did you hear anything about where they were going, where they came from, any details from that?
Well,
I pull out 5 gold, put it onto the bar, and push it forward to him.
He kind of glances down and really inconspicuously just kind of quickly swoops it up and, well, what I could make of them seemed like trouble. Glad they didn't bring any trouble here. Like I said, they were here for one night and they bounced pretty quickly. The next day, from what I did hear, they were headed north. They needed to make a hasty escape from something, somewhere. Maybe just here? Not sure. They seem to be on edge. On the run, maybe. All I got was heading north. Could mean any multitude of things. I'd be surprised if they took on the withering deserts just to our north, but I guess it's a possibility.
Yes, and what would the closest town directly north of here be?
Well, there's no town directly north, at least in Maratea here. My best guess is they're heading to another big city. They might head all the way up to the likes of Shium, or maybe even Etienne, possibly, up in the deserts, if that is where they're going. But like I said, I'd be surprised if they went to the desert. Then again, the war is not really too active in the desert at the moment, and if I were up to no good, pretty good spot to hide.
Okay. You're anything else, or is that everything you could piece from them?
That's all I got for you, friend.
You're a good man, Almond. I really appreciate you. Finish the ale, hand it back to him. I'll see you for breakfast as I head up.
Nods and takes a cup and goes back to doing his thing.
Head to bed.
All right.
As I walk up the stairs, though, I want to turn back around.
Mhm.
Is that individual still there? Was he still listening in?
Roll another perception check.
I want to see if I'm able to get like a good look of that person. God, I wish my perception was better, though. 11.
11. As you approach the stairs and you get the idea, kind of check and see, you look back, and the seat he was in is empty. You don't see him anywhere.
Dun dun dun.
All right.
Head to bed.
All right. Is that everyone then? To
Mhm.
sleep? All right. You can all do a long rest for your character.
Long rest.
Character sheet.
Let's
go.
I've got that spell slot back. That's
While
been
you're
gone for nearly
asleep-
2 sessions.
While you're asleep, Kavian, your vision kind of blurs and a scene opens up in front of you. And you see snow. A lot of snow. Looks like home. And you see a couple trees, roadway. And as you're kind of studying the surroundings, your attention snaps to your left. You look, and there's a wolf, a huge wolf. You see this wolf with these wounds, like as if this wolf had just a crazy time recently. Battered up, bloodied, bruised. Looks like it shouldn't even be alive, but it's standing there, looking you in the eyes. Behind the wolf, in the distance, you see figures standing in a crowd, and you shift your attention over to them as the wolf is just standing there, not really doing anything. You see some soldiers. Familiar soldiers. Just like the wolf, battered and bruised and bloody, but standing there, just looking at you. Doesn't make sense how they're alive right now with some of the battle scars that they have. And everyone's just kind of frozen. It's just kind of a freeze frame. By the feet of the soldiers, where the snow transitions from a sparkly white into a messy red. You see your brother face down in the snow. And as you go to move towards Valeri, or to do anything to make a sound, you can't. You, just like the wolves and the soldiers in front of you, are frozen still. All you can do is look around. Just like that, vision fades. And you guys wake up the next morning.
Wow. That was all in a dream, or like I was asleep, sort of.
Yep.
Well, first thing I want to do is I want to get up, grab my hand axe, and I want to loudly walk over to Darcy's room.
Okay.
And I'm going to kick the door open.
Roll a strength
Let me
check.
do a strength check. 17.
You stand back and you go and you give the door a kick and it flies open. The handle kind of flies off, and Darcy's just panic, fear, just jumps awake, just kind of looks at the door. It doesn't know what's going on.
I walk over right to her bedside, put my axe towards her throat,
Okay.
and say, "Did you poison me?
No.
Answer truthfully. Did you poison me?"
No, I did not poison you.
Can I do a deception check?
You want to do an insight?
No, insight, I mean.
Yeah. Roll insight.
There.
This just got
Six.
very, very real.
So
Yeah.
with a 6,
God.
you from what you can see, Darcy's is very confused and scared and panicked and doesn't know what's going on. You're not sure what to make of the question you asked and whether you were poisoned or not. All you know is that this is one very scared individual.
Did the rest of the party here?
Yes, you
The
guys are
door
going to
get-
hear
Yeah,
the
I
door
wasn't
get
quiet.
kicked in.
All right. Rushing in then.
Rushing in.
I hear this big bang. I'm like, I hear Kavian shouting, and I'm going, trouble. So I'm rushing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same.
Rapier's
Okay.
out. Cloak isn't even on. Horns exposed.
As Pipra hears
My
this,
staff is in my hand.
well, as Pipra hears this, I would like you to I'd like you to roll acrobatics. You are hungover. 18. Okay, so as you hear this,
Whoa.
Everyone's rushing down the hall.
you're muted. As you
Okay,
hear
I was
the
saying I
sound-
got my cup. People are running down the halls. I'm like squeezing between them. They're running around me. I'm like, huh?
Yeah. as you wake up to this loud bang and you sit up, the first thing you feel is your head is just in pain. And then you kind of look down
Like I am currently.
and you see the
Aw.
glass at the side of the bed.
No acting required there.
No, I always have a headache.
No.
And you're not quite sure what to make of the glass, but pick it up, you scurry off with your headache and your kind of wobbly movement. Eventually get in there. As you guys approach or enter this room with no door left, you see Kavian, hand axe, ready to strike Darcy's, but not actively doing it, just kind of in a threatening stance.
What is going on in here?
Kavian, what's happening?
Brother, what are you doing?
This witch, she poisoned me. Something's
not-
wrong.
She
It did not
When?
poison him.
she was
We never
When?
should trust her because last time when she tried to heal me, my shoulders, I bet they're like a black curse or something. It's probably black magic.
Kavian, I can promise you I was
simple
there for
spell.
the casting. I can vouch for the magic and I can vouch for the casting.
I had
don't
known
need to-
you're not in on it.
As it's quiet, I just want to be slurping as loud as I possibly can. Like, what?
If I was in on it, you'd already be dead. For God's sake, man, put down the axe.
Roll the persuasion check.
Can
Just sat there.
you have
like this.
can you have
Waiting.
advantage because I'm also talking?
Yeah, that
Because
will be
the
a
whole
15.
group is crazy, not crazy, because the whole group is like,
Well, we go crazy.
because the whole group is there and seeing this crazy scene, and you guys are like trying to convince Kavian to kind of calm down. You can roll with advantage, but
Well, mine was a 15.
15. Yeah, with
Oh,
the
my
15, Kavian, you
Oh wait, let me do it again.
you're kind of talked down a bit, and you kind
Yeah,
of understand.
I lower my axe.
Yeah,
It's
slowly.
another 15 anyway, so the advantage was literally.
there you go.
I lower my axe and I just quietly leave the room and go back to mine without saying a word.
Darcy's, are you okay?
I don't understand. Is
I
she like
think-
that always?
Truthfully, this is the
just met
first
him
time.
yesterday.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this from him. I'm
Oh
so
my
sorry.
gosh.
I look
No
at the
worries.
I look at the door.
I
I look at the door and I look at the group and I'm like, knowing this place and how much we spent, that's gonna be expensive.
I'll cover it. That's
Anyone
not-
does anyone have any mending spell?
Right
Okay,
after you
check
finish
the spell
that,
list for that.
you hear a panting and panicked bartender, familiar voice behind you, kind of in the doorway. You turn and you see he's like,
quickly,
leaning
quickly,
on a-
minor illusion. Quickly, minor illusion.
Okay, okay.
The door is perfectly intact. Minor illusion, please.
Interesting. Okay, so you hear the footsteps of the bartender approaching down the hallway, and you can hear the bartender calling, "What's going on up here?" And is making their way towards this door that is not actually there, as if they're going to investigate.
I'll just come out the door as though I've just thingied it, and it's
Uh-huh.
like, okay, the door is like there and it's like open, and my illusion is that it's perfectly intact.
Okay.
And so I go out and say, "Oh, ow, I'm sorry for the commotion, ow!" And it's like I'm holding my leg, like I've just fallen over, and I'm like, "I think I had too much to drink last night. Ow!"
Roll
like,
deception.
Deception. Okay, here we go.
can I assist by just very
Oh,
drunken,
that was gonna
like,
be a 13
hungover,
too.
just
It's a 9.
slurping on my drink again, not really realizing what's going on.
I would say it's not gonna assist, but he's gonna notice
That
it.
was
So-
gonna be a 13 as well. Oh.
It is a 9 on the deception check. As you're explaining this, and you're kind of he's giving you this look like you after a little bit you notice he can't really. He's not really believing this, and you're kind of just sitting there awkwardly, like putting on this display, and he's kind of weirded out, almost confused in a way, but he kind of peeks behind you, he sees the others, and sees that everything's fairly good, and he's just kind of like, just write it down, will you? And he just turns and hurries back.
Oh Jesus.
With my history of reading books and travel to
Uh-huh.
different lands,
Hmm?
writing down their kind of history, and that could I kind of like explain to Darcy's a little bit of why Gavian is so distrusting towards her people?
I would say not necessarily, because you're not even positive if that is the reason. You have your own guess, and you could say, I think it might be this.
Yeah. Well, I would be not explaining it as that's why, but more so this is
Because
a trend.
none of you guys
with
know exactly
macabre.
why Kavian has this issue yet. You just have your theories, and that's amongst you
Yeah.
guys.
This
Well-
is just me like kind of explaining my theory as to
Mhm.
why, because of their countries, like, or
Well, you could
provinces kind of being
Pippa
at war
Pippa
and
could explain that
their
to
history.
anyone. If Pippa
I
wanted.
basically would like to kind of like still be sipping on my drink, but kind of saying something to that effect.
Go for it.
I don't know what to say, so I'm just gonna say I did. But do you
What
want me to
exactly are you trying to talk about?
roll? Okay, you're the one who wrote it, so
Specifically, though, what are you referring to?
well, I am referring to her being a elf of the northeast.
Mm-hmm.
And that, there's currently kind of some conflict going on
Mm-hmm.
between the province of Kinalora and Ithaca, and their history of not kind of getting along a bit.
All right. Roll a history check.
24.
Okay. So
We will.
Pipra begins to explain, to offer up to Darcy's and to the rest of you a theory as to why Kavian might be so bothered by the presence of an elf, specifically a Dukaze elf from the province of Ithaca, and that during the war that's taken place over past just over a year now, there were countless attacks in eastern Kinalora, the home province to Kavian and Philairi. Many villages were attacked by Dukaze forces from the province of Ithaca, and a lot of people were killed. Just as when they retaliated, a lot of elves on the other side were killed. The whole border between the two provinces is war-torn, and it has more heavily impacted the macabre people of Kinalora than it has the elves.
Is
What's up?
Thlarine here?
No, I chased after my brother. I'm
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna go try to figure out what happened.
Gotcha. Sorry, DM.
You're fine.
What would you guys like to do?
Well, I'm gonna stay with Darcius.
Okay.
I'm a little shooken up at the moment, but I want to tell the group that I could sense something was off with Kavian, and that he seemed he had a troubled look in his eyes
Mm-hmm.
that I could sense. And then I'm going to assure the group that it was not my magic that caused him to be in whatever sparked this. It was not me.
I'm gonna make an insight check.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, I can't tell
4.
anything. Yeah, I cannot tell anything.
You hear the words, and it's almost like the words go in one ear and completely out the other. That's how little you grasped. You smile and nod. Smile and nod. You're just, all right.
Smile and nod. Yep. Okay. You are saying words. Excellent.
Mm-hmm. I would also like to do what is Pipra's relation to me in the room, like in front of me, next to me, behind me, around me? Probably in front of me, right?
I would say Pipra's more towards the doorway. You're still kind of around your bed area.
Yeah,
Alright,
I was one of the last in.
Yeah, okay, so I'd like to quickly turn to Pipra and ask her how she's feeling this morning and if she's okay.
I've been slurping quite a bit on this drink. I'll say I've finished probably half of it and starting to feel a little bit more with it.
Good, excellent. That'll help you. It'll make you feel better.
I appreciate it.
Of course. Anything to help a friend.
Well, I hate to quickly move occasions, but
as Tormund starts speaking, you all just now fully grasp that Tormund is just not fully exposed, but like horns are out, hooves are out. Just you didn't realize there was this much to Tormund. It's a little messy. You still have the robe on, but things are more noticeable. Like the features are there, and you guys are just now seeing Tormund for Tormund, like fully.
Mm-hmm.
Can we kind of, while they're having this other half of the conversation, can I be kind of asking Kavian what's going on?
Yes. We'll get to you guys in just a second.
Okay.
I hate to be quickly rushing things along, but I think we need to get ready to meet with the council soon.
I think
probably
you're the
have-
one who needs to get ready to meet with the council. I am up and down.
I think of all people, you are the one that's going to need to get ready the most from your wild adventures last night, my good friend. Don't worry, I took note. Next bar we're at, we're going to go with something a little bit lighter.
My
Just
hair is
leaning on my staff,
pristine.
observing.
My hair is not tousled at all. It is pristine.
All right.
Nevertheless, Darcy's, I don't speak for Kavian. I apologize for the rude awakening. I will try to figure out what happened in that instance, but are you okay? Do you need anything?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I should be okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
As
I'm
you
glad to
guys,
hear.
as you guys,
I'm just gonna clop away.
okay. As you guys finish up this conversation, kind of dissipate back to your rooms, get your stuff and stuff. We'll pick up with Larry and Kavian.
What's going on?
I just quickly go over to Flair and give a good old bro hug.
Okay.
Just
I
hold on tight.
give him a little bit more comforting.
Mhm.
A little bit of a squeeze.
Well, yeah. I don't know if it was a vision, a dream, a curse, a spell. I don't know, but I saw wolves and soldiers dead, just like the ones we fought all those week ago. But this time I saw you too, dead, and I don't know what it was, but something about it just felt so much more real than anything else I've experienced.
Hug him a little bit tighter.
I think it was nothing, but I just felt off. It didn't feel right. It wasn't a dream. It was, but at the same time, it was. I don't know how to explain it. But something is off.
Remember, and he's gonna remove himself from this embrace enough to like point to his scar. Remember the dreams I had after this?
Yeah.
Sometimes when really, really bad things happen, your dreams, they have a way of drawing out the pain.
Right, but like, why were you in it? You were with me. We're fine.
Maybe-
We're okay.
Maybe it was fear. Your greatest, well, not your greatest, but a large fear.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
could
want
be.
to lose you either, brother.
No, never.
Never. Are you feeling a little better now that you're awake?
No,
I
but
don't-
I
I don't
have an
think-
idea.
I don't think the little one did that. I don't think it was her.
You might be right. I might have been a little harsh on her, but
I mean, apologies can go a long way.
yeah, maybe later.
you were
I
scared.
need to finish my cask of ale downstairs. I'll be better then.
What was your idea though? Before
To drink the cask of ale.
Oh.
That'll help clear my
Okay.
mind.
As you guys finish up this conversation, the rest of the group is kind of moseying in the hallway. They're all ready. Got what few things they got on them and are just waiting. You guys exit out of the room, your stuff, and you're all
I'd like to pull Darcy's aside.
okay.
Um,
The rest of the group is walking downstairs at this point, and you two are
I'm
behind.
not trying to be imposing. I just am a little bit by nature really big.
Darcy's roll a
I'm
wisdom
being as
saving
gentle as I
throw.
can be.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
I'm being
Oh no.
You know how this
handy.
went.
I'm attempting.
You are not at all intimidated by Flaherty, and you can kind
Aw.
of see through the big, tough exterior that Flaherty has a big heart and is not usually trying to be intimidating.
My brother and I, we've been through a lot. Him more so. I know, just like I am not the rest of my people, you are not the rest of yours. But it's a little bit harder for him. And I will do my best to protect you if anything like that happens again.
Thank you. It means a lot to hear that after such little time together, but I appreciate that. Um, and I hope that in time your brother can learn to trust me as well.
He's gonna nod and give her a little hug.
And then I'm gonna say, I say, could you squeeze a little less harder?
Oh, sorry.
Roll strength on hugs. And then
All right.
3
So-
cracked ribs from one hug.
After this
I'm
interaction,
sorry.
After this interaction, you guys head back downstairs to catch up with the group who are starting to make their way out of the tavern, except for Kavian, who, again, picks up the barrel. It's easier this time because it's half full, and you're just hugging it as you kind of pick it up and set it on the table and just kind of kneel down to just keep on drinking it. And you just, to finish that thing off, and while everyone's kind of filing out into the street right in front, eventually, as they're sitting there waiting around, you leave the barrel behind just on the table, just straw and everything. You just kind of walk back out to catch up with them, and you guys step out of the tavern. You see in front of you the kind of secondary town square kind of area, this opening main kind of part. Ahead of you down the ways, you can see the gate to the city, see parts of the stables off to the right next to the gate. Just got a bustling city full of various people of all different professions and whatever they might be doing, filing through the streets. The sun is fully visible over the horizon at this point. It's fully risen. The day is kind of just now starting to make itself known. And that is where we leave off for today.